Yeah, Abdul Al Sayed's comms leaks or is released by a disgruntled former employee. This guy, right? And after that, you know, he's going on the media. People are like saying, "Oh, you love Ayatollah Ali Khamenei," whatever, right? Anyway, Kyle wants politicians to defend you on the merits. Yeah, I heard this. I heard Kyle is like mad.
I'm kind of
Kyle is mad that like politicians don't also like defend the merits of the conversation as well. I think politicians should, at the very least, they could say like, you know, this is the same old bullshit canard. This shows a bigger liability for Democratic politicians than a Hasan Piker stream. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, of course.
embarrassed at the limp dick nature of the defenses of Hasan, because there's a lot of people who are out there going like, oh, well, I thought we believed in free speech and we believed in dialogue with everybody, and this seems very anti-free speech to try to cancel him, and we should be able to talk to him, even though I disagree with him on a lot of things. No, head on. It's absolute horseshit that he's anti-Semitic. It's horseshit. Somebody posted the other day, it was a 30-minute compilation of Hasan repeatedly separating out anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism and saying anti-Zionism is the way we go. Anti-Semitism is stupid and dumb and wrong and bad. And Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. He blames all Jews. That's up. That's wrong. 30-minute compilation of that. And the best we get in terms of defending Hasan is, well, on free speech grounds, I guess I might talk to him. No, that. Defend him on the substance, but maybe I'm in the media, so it's a little bit different from people who are running for office. But
yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I think politicians like they don't want the potential liability of like me saying something crazy tomorrow. You know what I mean? Or basically, they're worried that like it's easy to disparage someone who speaks for 10 hours every day, right? It's super easy to disparage someone who speaks for 10 hours every day. So like ultimately it's going to be hard to just like actively defend clips out of context when you don't know what the context is, right? Obviously, my friends in the media, they understand the context. They know what I'm about. They're a lot more in tune with like how media narratives work, right? And that's why, you know, Kyle is saying what he's saying. Walter Madison is saying what he's saying. It's just like the expectation is obviously a little different from like, you know, Bernie Sanders, for example. He's not sitting there watching the stream for 8 hours. He hears a quote. He might find it to be like indefensible, right? Even if there's obviously additional context to it. So I'm happy with the way that like these guys are coming out, but I do think like there are certain instances where they could just be like, listen, guys, you call everybody. What is this? Abdul Al Sayed, security chief, resigns, says the candidate is unfit for Senate. Anti-Semitism is now hidden behind calculated rhetoric. The member of the staff that leaked the recording of Abdul is a Destiny and Vosh fan. Campaigns vet your people. If they're fans of Destiny, you got to fire them immediately. Wait, what? Isn't he like some jarhead Marine guy? What do you mean he's a Destiny fan? What the? That's got to be a meme, right? Oh, John Kiriakou came to my defense
Titans,
as well.
Thanks for the $10. What do we both think about the coordinated smear campaign against Hasan Piker for so-called anti-Semitism by moderate Dems like Alyssa Slotkin? Meanwhile, she goes on Islamophobic Bill Maher's show.
Yeah, I sympathize with Hasan Piker. I really do.
Too.
I've been told that I'm in a feud with Hasan Piker. I'm not in any feud with Hasan Piker. I've never met the man. I've never spoken to the man. There were rumors that he had invited me onto his show and I declined. That is absolutely not true. I've not been invited onto his show. But because I had never heard of him and all of a sudden...
Yes, we have. Yeah. Oh my God. What is going on? Am I talking to John Kiriakou or someone else behind the scenes? Like, it's so...
we're supposed to be in this feud. I decided to do a little bit of research and I sympathize with the guy. I think he's being treated unfairly by the Democratic establishment. I think that this is exactly what the Democratic establishment plan is, to try to discredit people on the left and to try to discredit people who express sympathy for Palestinian human rights. This is exactly...
Why can't Republicans get away with everything, but progressives can't even shake your hand? They can, and they do. It's just, like I said, it is totally totally a media operation, okay? And it is entirely, come on, bro. Hasan regularly boosts terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. Should Democrats accept this into the big tent? Wait, this is the guy? This was his security guy? This was his like former security guy that leaked it to the right-wing newspaper? Oh my God. That's unbelievable, dude. That is crazy. Here, I put Representative Josh Gottheimer. He's quote retweeting Representative Josh Gottheimer, BJJ Brown Belt, pro-liberalism, anti-DSA, Democrat field organizer, rugged individual. Check his following. Joe Walsh, Gottheimer, Saliza, Doney. That's fine. What? Searchlight Institute. Oh my God. This is like a fairly sophisticated operation, dude. Gabby Deutsch. Elizabeth, click the search bar. The tweets on this. What the hell? This is the U.S. Marine Corps combat veteran who was Abdul El Sayed's personal security. He's the one who leaked the comms team conversation to Washington Free Beacon, right? He's the one who did that. That's unbelievable that he was just like a crazy hater and a crazy like, what is this? Stu Smith. No, but this is, I don't know why this came up. Come on, bro. Honestly, yes, he should. In fact, the next time Hasan Glazes' organization attacks veterans, promotes the CCP or whatever insane take, Abdul should be standing right next to him. Believe them when they tell you who they are. Guillotines, blood in the streets. Leftists like Hasan are constantly hoping for political violence. I think Hasan is on this one. He has been trying to back out, though. If true, can we acknowledge how sneaky it is to invite speakers without mentioning Hasan, the main guest, is also going to be there to camping? The camping knows how bad this idea was, as it was discussed many times. The only veteran on both your campaigns has some questions. Before I resigned, I had to ask another staff member if the poor treatment was due to my work as a global war on terror veteran. You can't be pals with Hasan, who recently told the vet to enjoy his PTSD and claim to care about this. Wait, what the? This guy is crazy. This is a crazy guy to have as your like head of security. This got to be paid, right? Like, I don't think this is a op where, you know, I don't think this is an op situation where it's like, this has to be like a guy who specifically wanted to get in on this campaign so he could potentially get up, right? Like to do exactly what he's doing, right? What is going on, man? Oh. This guy who was Abdul El Sayed. No. Put it here, because it's too far. Yeah, it's fine. That's where I had it. The head of security. So Dr. Abdul El Sayed's like comms team conversation after like how they were going to respond to like the Iran leaked, and it didn't. Oh shit, are you okay? Yeah. It didn't leak necessarily. Like someone literally gained access to the convo and delivered it to the Washington Free Beacon, which is like a right-wing outlet, right? The leak itself, yeah. The leak itself was totally inconsequential, and it actually made him look good. It didn't make him look bad at all, but it's incredible that like the guy who was responsible for it, he gave an interview to some dude as well. And now they're doing like another coordinated attack on him. Abdul El Sayed, security chief, resigns, says candidate is unfit for Senate. Anti-Semitism is now hidden behind calculated rhetoric. By the way, Michael from PA is talking out of his ass. This dude resigned in January because he's rabidly pro-Israel. We have no idea if he's the one who leaked anything. The call got leaked, happened after he left. Don't believe everything you read online. We still don't know. Michael from Pennsylvania doesn't know everything, but he might be right on this, is all I'm going to say. Okay? Just cool your jets before, you know, you lean into the Mike is wrong shit. Bro, shut the fuck up and look into it before saying shit like that. Anyway. In any case, Michael from Pennsylvania, Michael from Taiwan. What is this? Hasan Piker now giving comment when the campaign doesn't. So glad I resigned from this clown show. Like, this guy is obsessed. He's like a Israel obsessed guy, I think. I don't know about him being a Destiny fan or whatever, but he is very clearly like obsessed with Israel. And it actually does raise some concern that you got. I mean, this looks like an infiltrator at this point, right? It's very interesting. Just saying this loser resigned months before that. It's possible someone else leaked it. Well, sometimes people who were previously privy to campaign comms, especially when they're like, you know, in as intimate of a position as like security, might have access even after they resign. Here he is replying to Destiny. This is a deleted post. Fantic is closer to black nationalism than rational thoughts. I'd pass on this guy. Who the fuck is Fantic? I mean, he's like deep in the cut, it seems, from way back in the day. I know that security staffer is insane, and I have no idea how he's on his staff. I always thought he was a risk and potentially an infiltrator. Yeah, he gives the vibes of a guy who thinks he'll get recruited by the CIA or Mossad if he acts self-important enough. I mean, he might have been. He's replying to D's Twitter, talking about past Vosh debates. He's 100% a fan. Yeah. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Wow. All right. So, yeah, Abdul al-Sayed's comms leaks or is released by a disgruntled former employee. This guy, right? And after that, you know, he's going on the media. People are like saying, oh, you love Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, whatever, right? He did a Fox interview. We'll obviously look at that as well. I think he had a pretty good line in there that the Republicans got really mad at, but I think will play really well with the Democrats, because remember, this is a Democratic primary where they try to pin him down on this, like, don't you think Iran would be better off without the Ayatollahs? Like, aren't they so radical? And he has a bar, and he just like Uno reverses it so well. And let's take a look.
Battle shaping up in Michigan. A Michigan Democratic Senate candidate taking heat over some leaked audio. This happened right after the killing of Iran's supreme leader about a month ago. Here's in part what he told his staff.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even.
Okay, that candidate is Abdul al-Sayed. He wants to be a senator from Michigan, and he's my guest now. And, sir, good morning to you. Thanks for coming on here. Want to give you a chance to hear you out. You know what Iran has done for almost 50 years. Why did the comment come off that way with your staff, sir?
Look, I'll tell you this. We're in the midst of a war. We don't need to be fighting. It's illegal. It's immoral. It's using our tax dollars to raise our gas prices from a MAGA-backed movement that told us that they would never get us into another foreign entanglement. And here we are. And I just want to remind you that most people in the city of Dearborn and Dearborn Heights are not Arab American. They are white. And they're worried, just like I am. They're saddened by the fact that their tax prices go up, and they are watching their gas prices go up with it, all to fight a war that we shouldn't really be a part of.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you're against the war. I understand that. But there are more people in Michigan that are going to side your fate politically who don't live in Dearborn, Michigan. Would you accept that? And would you also accept the idea that some Arab Americans in Dearborn may see the downfall of this regime as a good thing?
You know, Bill, I'll tell you this. There are many people who see the downfall of the regime as a good thing. But the question of whether or not it was pursued legally, that's a different question. Whether or not it's worth $31 billion of our taxes and counting, $1 billion a day, that's another thing. Whether or not we should be paying.
Chat, he's running for Senate. He's not going to say, like, as a Muslim man especially, who's currently being tagged as a sympathizer, he has to play a very delicate tightrope. Don't be fucking ridiculous. He's not going to fucking be like, oh, dude, I love... Like, first of all, he shouldn't ever say that regardless. He should never say, like, oh, I love the Ayatollah, obviously, if he ever wants to fucking hold office of any sort in the United States of America. But, like, he's saying the right thing. Like, my statement in a situation like this, if I was asked about it, would be, it's not up to us. It should be up to the Iranian population. And there has never been a singular instance where an American bombing campaign, or there's never really been an instance where an aerial bombing campaign has ever actually successfully led to regime change. But there's also never been an instance where American military intervention has left the country better off, right? Since World War II, we have not had a singular W, okay? It's costly for the taxpayers. It's unbelievably deadly and destabilizing for the people that are living under these bombing campaigns. And on top of that, it's a gross mismanagement of our productive forces, our productive output. Every single dollar that we spend on those bombs, blowing up schools, could have been a dollar that we spent on our schools in our neighborhoods, right? It's immoral. It's morally repugnant. And a lot of people that watch this show on Fox News believed in Donald Trump's message when he said, we're no longer going to get into foreign entanglements. No more silly, unnecessary wars of choice. We're not doing that. And guess what? We are doing that now. And we're doing that at the behest of Israel, another foreign country that has taken up a good deal of our attention and a good deal of our tax dollars all the same. It's a spectacular failure. And that's the real conversation here, not some leaked audio, right? You're meeting the security leaker guy for the first time?
I do, but thank you. What's up, Hasan?
Jordan.
Nice to meet you.
This is my team.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, that's the guy? I met him? So while I was meeting his ass, he was like, oh, I'm going to fuck this guy up one day. Oh my God. Why is it always like this? Why is it always like this? Why are people always so fucking friendly in person, but they're like seething deep down inside? Fake demon, dude. And this is a Marine Corps veteran. He could probably whoop my ass. He's a BJJ guy. I mean, I don't know if he's the guy. Anyway, let's continue.
Higher rates at the pump every single time we try to just get where we're going and pump gas. $1 more on average across this country. We're up over $4 across the country now, 30% in Michigan alone. Whether or not those things are good things, that's a big question. And I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people who are really sad about the fact that they thought that the era of foreign wars, of never-ending regime change wars were over, and here we are. Now, ask yourself whether or not any of this is making you more likely to be able to afford your home, whether it's making you more likely to be able to live your life, whether your kids are going to better schools, or whether or not you can see a doctor without having to worry about whether or not you're going to fall into debt. Those are questions that Michiganders across the board, Arab, non-Arab, in Dearborn, outside of Dearborn, are asking every single day, and those are questions that this administration is not answering.
And that's why we have elections. Just one more question on this. Would it not be better for the people of Iran, the Arab world, and the people of America, frankly, would we all not be better off if the radicals in Iran did not make the decisions for the people of Iran in that region?
Like, this question itself is also so entitled, you know? Like, why do we get to decide this, right? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, how do we get to make this decision for other people? It's so ridiculous. Like, we need to do away with this notion that we are the world police. We have never actually, this is a lie that we've told ourselves to make it seem like American intervention is a moral act when it's not. It's just for, you know, rich petroleum company owners, right? It's for the super wealthy. It's not for the regular ordinary Americans. Regular ordinary Americans go out and fight these wars and they get fucked up in the process, right? They don't see any of the benefits of it either. It's just for the super wealthy. And it's conducted with our tax dollars too. Like, that's where all of our productive output is going to. It's unbelievable, right? And then on top of that, we have this like sense of entitlement that like we are going to decide what other countries, how other countries are ruled. And it's also an inconsistent standard. It's one that we never apply to our allies, right? You don't apply this to Saudi Arabia. You don't apply this to Bahrain. You don't apply this to Qatar. You don't apply this to any other country that is aligned with the United States of America. We only decide like our foreign adversaries have a government that we don't like.
Look, at the end of the day, I agree with you. Radicalism of any sort is bad, which is why this
they killed 40,000 people, man. No, they didn't.
War
no, they fucking didn't. You're a goddamn idiot if you think that, okay? You're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. They did not kill 40,000 people, dumbass. They did kill a shit ton of people in the process of suppressing the protests that took place, which, by the way, America and Israel openly admit that they played a role in, okay? But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like, you're unbelievably dense. You have convinced yourself. It doesn't even matter. Like, them killing 10 people is still fucked up. Okay? I've never heard a consistent number on this from people that just turn around and say, oh, they killed, 80,000 people. I've heard 80,000, 50,000, 40,000. It's fucking ridiculous. Shut up. Jesus Christ. How do you not recognize it? It's like, this is propaganda to actually justify American and Israeli intervention. That's what you're leaning into.
My lifetime, and I'm only 41, is so ridiculous because that kind of radicalism, that idea that we should just rattle our sabers and go to war with anybody, that's an open question. Meanwhile, you've got the Saudis, you've got the Qataris who are buying the Trump administration a jet that he plans to take after he's done with the presidency. those are all radical regimes too, and that we're not going to war with them. To me, the question of whether or not we go to war ought to be a question of whether or not it's in the best interest of our government, of our people, whether or not it actually makes our lives better. And I think the answer to this question is already no when it comes to Iran, like it has been when it came to Iraq.
We may be out of this war at 9 o'clock tonight in prime time. We'll see about that. We'll see what the president decides on that. In the meantime, you're going to have an event about...
Its impact is still going to be felt around the world, okay? And it's still being felt around the world. It's being felt in America. It did not have to happen. We still spent like upwards of 20, 30, 40 billion dollars in both loss of assets that were evaporated in the process. Like that's all economic output that went to something so unnecessary, okay? Waging war, and it was lost in the process. 13 soldiers died in the process. Hundreds more are casualties. We don't know how severe those the woundings actually are. We don't know how severe their wounds actually look like. We killed 160 little girls in a school. We killed 20 school children playing volleyball. That was on the first day. And in the process, we collapsed the global energy market. And you're over here being like, well, I guess we can pull out tonight. What do you mean? We're just not going to hold the administration accountable for these unjustifiable actions because they felt like it? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ridiculous, right? Totally, totally ridiculous.
About a week with a man by the name of Hasan Piker, and this is what the New York Times says. Abdul El Sayed, Detroit Free Press, and then the Times, to campaign with controversial streamer Hasan Piker rallies sparked backlash in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. I assume that meeting is going to take place. And if it was on the 7th of April, I do believe, this is what he said about the attacks on October 7th going back. In part, he said the following.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
I don't know why you're doing this event, but I know you're going to explain it to me, just so our audience knows if they're not aware. At one point, he said about 9/11, America deserved it.
That's awesome that they put like the context though. Why did they do that? Do I have a secret agent inside of the Fox News editing team? Like, is one of the Fox News producers just like, yeah, for the first time ever, let's just show the full scope here, right? That was right after October 7th too, if you guys recall. I've been consistent on my principled stance on this, okay? The violence on October 7 does not justify the violence that came after October 7, okay? Nothing justifies a genocide. It's that simple. And that is a position that the overwhelming majority of Americans also believe in. So the idea that this is like a far out take or whatever and not the fucking moral majority is ridiculous, okay?
He later walked that back and said it was an inappropriate comment.
No, I said that I didn't use the best language when talking about this, but it's a concept called blowback, which, by the way, we're going to be talking about in a little bit because I have some unlikely allies in this moment of vindication. The godfather of the neocon movement in the United States of America has openly come out as of yesterday, amidst everybody fucking constantly complaining, constantly chirping back and forth about like, oh, he said this about 9/11, like trying to manufacture outrage for ridiculous reasons, and talk about my 9/11 comment and how unacceptable it is. It turns out there are unlikely allies all around us in places that we never could have foreseen. That's right. I'm, of course, referencing the godfather of the neocon movement, Robert Kagan. Okay? I said this earlier. The same week the Jewish Insider and right-wing Democrats are trying to manufacture outrage around my 2019 quote on 9/11, the king neocon himself vindicates the exact concept I was talking about, blowback. From Robert Kagan, Neocon godfather. Nothing to see here to be sure. This is extraordinary. Even the threat of terrorism from the region was a consequence of American involvement, not the reason for it. Had the United States not been deeply and consistently involved in the Muslim world since the 1940s, Islamic militants would have little interest attacking an indifferent nation 5,000 miles and 2 oceans away. Contrary to much mythology, they have hated us not so much because of who we are, but because of where we are. This was literally what I was addressing when oh my God, Dan Crenshaw. I forgot his name for a second. That's how irrelevant he is. He lost his fucking primary. When Dan Crenshaw was saying, no, they hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because they're not us. They hate us because our freedoms. I was saying, no, this attitude is idiotic. It's wrong. We brought it upon ourselves with our interventions in the region consistently. In Iran's case, the United States was deeply involved in its politics from the 1950s until the 1979 revolution, including as the main supporter of the brutal regime of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The surest way of avoiding Islamist terrorist attacks would have been to get out. This is a real, ball knower moment, okay? Literally the founder of the people who did this. Yeah, the New American Century, Project for a New American Century movement, like Bill Kristol and Robert Kagan, okay? Bill Kristol is now woke on this shit too. Both of the godfathers of the American neocon movement. Bill Kristol now owns the Bulwark, okay? And will regularly outflank many centrist Democrats on issues that pertain to ICE, on issues that pertain to foreign entanglements. It's unbelievable what is happening. Like, this is, if someone were to tell me that the much death and destruction in this region would come out and agree with statements that I have made, openly recognize maybe their own involvement, their own personal involvement, and like the lies that they peddled in an effort to continue doing military intervention in the region, 26 years after the fact, or 24, 25 years after the fact, I'd be like, you're out of your mind. Okay? You're out of your dang mind. Now, this isn't to say that like Bill Kristol himself is like super woke or whatever, or the Bulwark's output is like overall good. They still have plenty of issues. They're attacking Track APAC, for example, nonstop. The Bulwark people were calling you anti-Semitic yesterday. Yeah, Tim Miller's been in the trenches defending me, though, weirdly enough, saying this is like totally ridiculous. It's getting there. It's getting there now, okay? Where even if they say shit like, oh, Hasan is he has edgy takes or whatever that I don't agree with, like it's gotten to a point where it's so unbelievably deranged that Dave Weigel said something about it. He said, reading the Jewish Insider newsletter, wonder if we're reaching Hasan derangement syndrome. Ossoff could suffer by not responding to questions about how Hasan likes him as a candidate. It's fucking ridiculous, because I said John Ossoff is my dark horse pick, right? If you guys remember. And Jewish Insider tried to do a rat fucking operation. They went to like everyone in the Ossoff orbit and were like, what do you think about Hasan endorsing you for president? And of course, John Ossoff is smart enough not to fucking eat that bait. And he was like, he didn't respond. Piker in the interview called Ossoff my dark horse pick, depending on how he presents himself if he has ambitions for higher office. But Ossoff, a Jewish senator who's facing a tough re-election and state president Donald Trump carried twice, returned Piker's affections. His team has been unresponsive about his views on Piker, even as some leading Democrats have spoken out against the influencer and kept their distance. Multiple spokespeople for Ossoff didn't respond to several inquiries this week from Jewish Insider. Ossoff's silence about Piker could strain his already rocky relationship with Georgia's Jewish community. Key Jewish leaders and donors have repeatedly expressed outrage with the senator over his votes in favor of resolutions to block U.S. arms sales to Israel. That was ironically the reason why I said John Ossoff is actually an interesting candidate. Okay? Because he came out of nowhere before anybody else and was like, yeah, we should block weapons to Israel. It's ridiculous. And then the Georgia Jewish community, not the actual Georgian Jews, right? Not like the Jews in Georgia, but the Georgia Jewish community and all of the, the advocacy groups and whatnot got together and once again did the same thing that they always do, which is like to present Jews as a monolithic force that's primarily invested in fucking Israel. And it's so goddamn annoying that they keep doing this over and over again because it foments anti-Semitism. It's unbelievably anti-Semitic. Like, go poll Jewish people anywhere around the country, and you're gonna hear a million different opinions on Israel. Okay, I hate this shit. But if you look at all of the Jewish institutions that very clearly, all of the Jewish institutions that very clearly are primarily, first and foremost, invested in defending the nation state of Israel and its territorial ambitions, they all universally present American Jews as this like organized monolithic Jewry that is singularly focused on the issue of Israel. It's unbelievably anti-Semitic. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. And people like Jonathan Greenblatt heavily lean into this, and they heavily fucking foment anti-Semitic conspiracies with this wrong and dangerous conflation. And Jewish Insider also leans into it as well. It's so ridiculous, okay? This is not about John Ossoff's other statements, chatters. Calm the fuck down. This is not your opportunity to talk to me about how you despise John Ossoff, and I shouldn't ever say anything about John Ossoff, okay? So please, shut the fuck up. It's not the time. Now is not the moment, okay? Please, for one moment in your life, demonstrate the capacity to be able to fucking read the room, okay? I know you are oblivious to reading any fucking rooms, okay? I know that being able to read the room is actually, immoral and counter-revolutionary and bourgeois activity, okay? I know. But please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, shut the fuck up for a second and lock in, okay? We're talking about something entirely different. Ossoff's silence about Piker is obviously because he's not entertaining this fucking idiotic game because he's, smart enough not to. He's like, why the fuck would I present myself if I have ambitions of higher office? Why the fuck would I present myself as like sympathetic to Israel, a lost cause, a dead weight? The fact that you are saying you support a Jewish candidate is important to refute the idea that you have animus. I mean, that's not the reason why I said it. The reason why I said it is because I think Ossoff is an interesting candidate because of what he has done in the past, even though he obviously capitulated after all of these Jewish advocacy groups that are literally just Israel advocacy groups yelled at him, took out ads in the fucking newspaper, and then he backed away from that position, which was the right position. It was the righteous position. It was the honest position, and it was the correct position, and it will literally help him win favors in the future. It will show that he is like a real one, at least on this issue later down the line. Anyway, pro-Israel groups rap fucking Jewish candidates. First Bernie, now John. They'd rather see a Christian Zionist candidate with a Jewish anti-Zionist or even a liberal Zionist candidate. Yeah, I know. They just don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about Judaism. They don't give a shit about anti-Semitism. They just want to like literally yell at anyone and everyone that has ever been critical of Israel. So anyway, Josh Krauscher goes after Dave Weigel. I don't know. I think if it's legit for Politico to ask where 2028 Dem press candidate stand on Piker, it's worth asking a Dem senator who Piker praised actually thinks of him. I guess this reminds me of Andrew Gillum trying to make an issue out of racist commentators who like Ron DeSantis and getting nowhere. The getting nowhere may be a result of where the Dems are on someone who's trafficked in anti-Semitic bigotry and claims that America deserved 9/11. If so, that itself is notable, in my honest opinion. We've reported on the rising anti-Semitism on the left and right without fear or favor. We let anyone else figure out what's newsworthy or not. Clearly, there are many Dems that do think this is an issue about it, as we and other MSM outlets have already covered. No, it's not. It's not. It's not going to move the needle in any way, shape, or form. It is absolutely Jewish Insider operating at the behest of like a couple big donors or a couple influential figures who have like a vendetta against me. This is pure speculation. I assume I was successful in changing the minds of like some massive donors, nieces or nephews or son or daughter. And now they've lost their fucking minds and they're like literally spam calling people to be like, do something about this. Okay. That's in many instances, that's how this works, by the way. I know that you might think that there's like a real movement or a real momentum, but sometimes that's all it takes. Like one big donor who's like super pro-Israel will turn around and be like, I fucking hate this guy. He made my daughter an anti-Zionist. He made my daughter woke. And now she doesn't fuck with Israel. We have to take him out. Okay? It's same with like Greenblatt. That's what it is. Anyway, again, pure speculation, but I suspect that that's where a lot of this animus comes from, right? Anyway, it's idiotic. No one believes it. No one gives a shit. Let's hear what Abdul said to say.
He said that what Hamas did is the lesser of two evils. Why saddle up with that individual?
Bill, at the end of the day, I don't go on any show where I agree with everybody. You and I clearly disagree on a number of things, including the war in Iran. To me, it's about speaking to a broader audience. I'm on this show right now because I'm wanting to speak to the broader audience who are getting a bum deal because of this war. And I'm wanting to speak with Hasan's audience too. So just because you invite somebody to campaign with you or you're engaging with him does not mean that you agree with him. Famously, the president had dinner with a known neo-Nazi among many, many others. This is about being able to bring people back into.
Okay, that's crazy. Don't like that. Don't like being compared to a neo-Nazi. Come on, Abdul. Jesus Christ.
Every day, 30,000 people and counting tune in to Hasan's stream. A lot of folks who don't watch Fox News, they don't watch CNN, they don't watch MSNBC. They feel locked out of our politics by a politics that is more focused on corporations and their well-being than theirs.
I
want to answer your question. Let me just finish answer your question.
That you're making.
But the question, yes, it's an active decision to reach out to people who feel locked out of their politics to have a conversation, just like I'm making an active decision as somebody who's running in a Democratic primary to have a conversation on Fox News, where famously many of your viewers
I appreciate
may
you
not
coming here today. I just
primaries.
want to squeeze this in because we're pressed on time with the Supreme Court. You have two other Senate candidates. The primary is not until August. It appears to me that the lane you're picking is the far left progressive lane. That is the only chance of winning. Does that sell in Michigan, a battleground state?
Bill, I'll tell you, I don't believe in left and right. I believe in the people who are locked out and the people who are doing the locking out. I'll always be on the side of the people who are locked out. They deserve a politics that's not corrupted by corporations, a politics where we put money back in your pocket, and we finally guarantee health care through Medicare for all. That's not a left idea. That is an idea for people against the corporations who've dominated our government for far too long.
Thanks for your time. Abdul El-Sayed is...
All right. Anyway, pretty good overall. I don't think most Fox viewers would make that connection to compare you to the Trump neo-Nazi. No, I mean, look, he's trying to say that, like, Donald Trump is wined and dined with like far worse figures, right? But the point is that this is like totally silly. They're trying to like quote mine to the best of their ability and actively try to get a candidate to look like they're inconsistent, right? That's it. You got to stand on your principles. You'd be like, this is what I believe. Ask me about my positions, not about like the positions of a Twitch streamer that I'm aligning with, because I'm very clear about why I'm doing this, right? There are things that I agree with him on. There are things that I'm going to disagree with him on. It's utterly immaterial in the grand scheme of things, right? And that's the appropriate way to just like, push back. And you can also obviously tack on the much broader message that it's like kind of ridiculous to try to play these sorts of gotcha moments at a time when like the energy markets are on fire, at a time when like the president has gone back on some of his key campaign promises, and there are a lot of people who are feeling dissatisfied with the way things are going, an affordability crisis that has only gotten worse, right? Everyday Americans are frustrated that we went to war alongside Israel for no real reason. And this is the supposedly peace president, right? So it's totally ridiculous to just like consistently have this conversation. It's ironic because like Rahm Emanuel was asked about it by Dave Weigel. Apparently, you've spoken out on gender identity. He says like a man can't become a woman. All this stuff. I asked because the gender EO, but one of the questions he asked Rahm Emanuel, other than like the transphobia that Rahm Emanuel demonstrates, was also his take on me and Dems being asked about appearing with me. He hasn't ruled out going on, and he sees it as a non-issue. I think I stand with the people of America is not front and center. They don't care, and I don't care. It's so funny that Rahm Emanuel has a better ability as a consequence of like wanting to win something. He obviously has ambitions of higher office, has a better read on the situation than numerous other Democratic consultants who think this is actually a pretty solid way to drive a wedge in the direction that favors them. It doesn't, right? What is this? Why do you lie about the government forcing you to stay at the hotel in Cuba? I don't understand how you will comprehend that it is not a lie. Like, the American government has tremendous restrictions on where you can stay in Cuba. Okay, there are 4 hotels you can stay in fucking Cuba. It's just the truth. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, please go look it up. Okay, the State Department and the Treasury Department literally has a list of 4 hotels that you can stay in Cuba out of thousands of hotels that exist in Cuba. Okay, it's all illegal. And not only is it illegal, but if I stayed at a different hotel than the one that was designated, which I didn't book for the record, we had hundreds of people with us. And that was the only hotel out of the 4 that could accommodate these people. Okay. And the State Department literally openly states that if you actually go and you stay in any of the other hotels in Havana, you can go to prison for 10 years and pay a $250,000 fine. Now, you're an American citizen. That should frustrate you, right? I prefer Asmongold. Huh, nice. You're an American citizen. Do you feel like that's appropriate, or do you feel like that's an insane restriction? When you find out what this restriction actually looks like, if your first response is not to go, what the fuck is that? That's so ridiculous. That's such an arbitrary restriction. And instead you turn around and go, Hasan must be lying. I mean, you've basically decided I would much rather delude myself and lean into the wrong thing instead of learn the truth and then make up my mind on whether it's appropriate or not. This is the type of thing that I cannot comprehend with a lot of people who decide, no, I'm biased against you. I would rather just like believe a lie. I would rather continue believing a fucking lie than to change my mind once I find out that the information is different than what I previously thought. Anyway, wish you were more picky with your chat fights. Yeah. So, I mean, there's going to be another chat fight when we talk about AOC. Remember, if you recall yesterday, even before this DSA conversation took place, where AOC basically, in order to secure national endorsement, was asked to concede on certain things or to maybe change her mind on the way that she's communicated about the distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. AOC came out and let it be known, and I told you that she would, for the record, before she actually did it, right? If you recall yesterday, I was talking about this, and I was like, AOC is going to come out and say she doesn't have she doesn't see a distinction between defensive and offensive weapons any longer. Okay? And she did. As I told you, trust the process. Okay? A multitude of factors are at play here, obviously. One of them is that the environment has shifted dramatically, right? The environment has shifted dramatically. That's a big part of it. Now everyone's going to start crying, of course. AOC is going to get the same type of attacks that I get, and maybe even more ridiculous ones. So, don't pay any mind to that. But I will tell you, I am going to defend her because she did the right thing. She did a bold thing, okay? It's not bold for us. It's honest and it's just. But for a politician, it is, there are like, 10 American politicians this attitude, okay? So if you try to hit a left flank criticism on this moment instead of offering support to someone like AOC, I'm going to yell at you, okay? I don't care. This is how you move the needle, okay? This is how you move the needle. So be smart. And a lot of you, unfortunately, learned the wrong lesson from this, okay? There is a lot of background comms that took place to arrive at this decision. First, I'm going to explain to you what the significance of the decision is, because it's AOC. And secondly, I'm going to tell you that your tweets are not the reason why it happened, okay? I'm just going to let you know. It's not because you yelled at her on the timeline. I know you want to think that. I know you want to think that like the politicians are responsive because we yell at them all the time and we call them AOCIA. That's not the reason, okay? Just understand that. So if you want to think that, go ahead. Your tweets are the reason, sure. I mean, the relentless pressure from the outside left has clearly resulted in her position being unviable. Sure, that's the reason. Yes, you tweeted a lot, and Anna Kasparian did too. That's the reason why she did this, okay? You guys did it. Congratulations. You got motion. It was Zay Squirrel. You did it. Keep up the good work, okay? If you want to know the truth, that's not the reason. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to feel like your tweets are praxis, go right ahead. So, it's utterly irrelevant, though. What is relevant, however, is that AOC, as a nationally, if not internationally relevant progressive figure in American politics, has now changed the dynamic of who says they're, how people communicate that they are anti-Zionist, how people communicate by basically expanding the permission structure for a lot of other people. So pay close attention to people who had made this defensive and offensive weapons distinction. pay close attention to who will continue with the, oh no, we're going to fund the Iron Dome. Who continues to say we're going to fund the Iron Dome, and who actually decides to change their mind on the Iron Dome now that AOC's come out. I can give you two examples. Two of my candidates, Abdul al-Sayed and Shoikat Chakrabarti, before AOC even came out and said she is saying no more weapons to Israel, defensive and offensive, before she made this the real new litmus test, Shoikat and Abdul al-Sayed had also revealed that their position is all weapons, right? They were not making that distinction. So that's important. That's important to remember. AOC's commitment to not arming Israel at all during the New York City DSA forum will echo across the Democratic Party. She's considered a mainstream politician and serious contender for president. Expect no money for military Israel aid, including defensive, to be a common litmus test. Yes, that's why it's so significant. It's unbelievably significant. Connie Chan, for example, wants to fund the Iron Dome. Okay, Abdul al-Sayed's the candidates that Abdul al-Sayed is running against, both McMorrow and Stevens, want to either fund the Iron Dome or fund Israel entirely. Like Stevens is totally on board with continuing funds to Israel. Okay, AOC then also released a formal statement to the New York Times confirming Peter Stern's reporting from the DSA. Peter Stern is a former DSA member. Probably one of the best as far as like insider information on all the comings and goings of DSA. He's the state editor at City and State New York. He says, AOC released a formal statement to the New York Times confirming my reporting. Notably, she praised the Iron Dome itself in the statement, but said the U.S. should not fund it. For more, read my report. I believe the Israeli government is well able to fund the Iron Dome system, which has proven critical to keep innocent civilians safe from rockets and rocket attacks and bombardment, she said. Consistent with my voting record today, I will not support Congress sending more tax dollars and military aid to a government that consistently ignores international law and U.S. law. Okay? But she did? No, she didn't. She did not. She did not. You are wrong. AOC has never voted to fund Israeli weapons. We had this conversation yesterday. She did actively. She struck down. She voted against a provision, not the final bill, a provision that made no distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. That was a mistake. She should have never done that. She also should have never actually advocated that position. Okay? That was also wrong. But the final bill, she never voted on. She did not vote on it. You are wrong. In the past, she has voted present, but she has never voted in the affirmative to fund Israel. Okay, she has never done that. Alongside Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, she is one of the best congresspersons, far outflanking Bernie Sanders on this issue. That's always been the case. The problem here is the comms. Okay. The problem is the comms. Once again, this is not, I need you to understand, this is not me like trading access for whatever, okay? I have never led you astray. I tell you very seriously, even with people that I talk to with regular frequency like Zoran, I will tell you when I disagree with him, okay? Right? Even when you guys yell at me, I tell you why I disagree with politicians. Same with AOC, okay? This is not a defense of AOC unconditionally. There are plenty of things to criticize, but this is a very good thing that she did, right? However, I will always defend the truth, okay? So when you come out and say, didn't she vote for Iron Dome funding? Oh my God, no, she didn't. She has never voted for Iron Dome funding. She has never voted for any weapons funding to Israel. She has never voted for it. She's voted against it, okay? I don't like that we traffic in fake bullshit. I don't like it. And I understand why. I'm going to be as charitable as possible. I understand why this fake bullshit flies around. And it's partially because of how AOC has carried herself in this conversation, openly standing. That's moving the goalpost. I like you, but she clearly says she supports defending Israel. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm Brian me. This is not a goalpost move. This is just an accurate reflection of the events that have unfolded. This is just me telling you what AOC's voting track record is, okay? Please, you are so dense. It's so frustrating. And for the record, AOC still doesn't go far enough for my taste, okay? For what I think is appropriate. This chat must be big NASCAR fans because y'all love going in circles. Yes. Okay. If Israel can't afford its own defense, then maybe it should start fewer. If it can't afford its own defense, why should we pay for it? Yes, Scott Jennings is chirping. Spiritual leader of the Democratic Party hopes as many Israelis as possible die in a rocket attacks fired by radical Islamic. The reason why AOC was, I think, shy about taking a stance where she said like the Iron Dome, basically, right? Iron Dome defense spending. Why are we doing that? It's ridiculous. Is because of this, because this was going to be the cynical attacks, and AOC doesn't like these sort of attacks. No one does, right? Not everyone could just sit there and eat dick on a daily basis like your boy, especially not politicians, okay? Some of you have gotten far too comfortable with my commentary, and you assume that AOC or Zohar Mamdani is also going to eat it. Not many politicians can do that. Donald Trump can do that, and that's perhaps one of his only admirable qualities. And I wish we had more leftist politicians who could do that as well, who could just stand there and be principled and say, "Thank you, okay, this is ridiculous. No more defense funds to a country that's doing." We don't talk about giving. Are there not civilians in Russia? There are civilians in Russia. There's millions of them. Why are we not funding their anti-aircraft capabilities? Right? It's ridiculous, right? Are there not civilians in Iran? We are them currently. Should we be funding their anti-aircraft capabilities? So why are we funding a country's defenses when that country is using that defense spending to continue waging more and more? It's totally wrong. It is absolutely ridiculous. Okay? I think this drop side tweet describes her voting history well and why it was so strange. It also didn't help that AOC ran to Twitter to defend her decisions. Yes, that was the major problem. I know that. That's why I'm saying my most charitable read is that like she came across like she was literally funding the Iron Dome or something, like personally. Okay? Because she was funding Iron Dome. And it's ridiculous because she didn't even vote for it. Do you understand? It makes no sense. It's a classic AOC move where she ends up doing the right thing at the end, but because of her very calculated communication strategy where she wants to have the least amount of people yell at her as possible, she ends up having everyone yell at her. Okay? And she confuses people all along the ride. And I try to communicate this to people, and I've talked about this before, as I was very critical of what she had done. I said AOC should not have been striking against this provision. She should have voted alongside, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. But not only that, she should have been the one advancing that provision, not Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? If you remember at the time, that was my assessment. We should be leading on this issue. Our candidate should be leading on this issue. If you're progressive, you should be the standalone voice, unafraid to say the truth. And you will absolutely gain from it, right? You will win favor with the crowd over this, over your honesty, over your boldness. Okay? Anyway, you said she consistently votes for the Iron Dome. She voted against this, so she didn't vote for Iron Dome. A single vote doesn't constitute consistent. You misstated our words. That's an incorrect quote. Direct quote. Has consistently voted to maintain funding for defensive systems such as the Iron Dome. Consistent implies multiple. Can you point to multiple times she voted for the Iron Dome? On standalone Iron Dome funding bills, she has twice chosen not to vote no. In 2021, AOC planned to vote no, but famously switched to present at the last second, allowing $1 billion to pass 420-9. In July 2025, she voted against an amendment to strip Iron Dome funding. She has publicly stated she does not support cutting aid for what she calls defensive Israeli weapons. In the post above, we said she consistently voted to maintain Iron Dome funding. We did not say she voted yes. In both cases, she declined to block the funding. That is the record. This is the problem. It's already bad that she did that, right? It's bad on its own that she did that. It was wrong. It was wrong for her to vote present. It was wrong for her to strike down against the provision, especially when she ended up voting no anyway. She voted no at the end. Okay? For the final bill, she voted no, both against the Iron Dome funding and also for offensive funding, right? Like, so it doesn't even fucking matter. It's a 420-9 vote. Just say no. Just be bold. Be brave. Defend it. Okay? But if you're going to look at her actual track record, like, there is a reason why she is one of the most progressive congresspersons and routinely outflanks even Bernie, okay? That's what's so frustrating about this, because, like, it's almost impossible to defend the truth without coming across like an AOC dick rider, okay? When I am very critical of AOC when she does, bad things, I've explained it thoroughly this time, and will continue to do so. In any case, I'm glad that she did this, okay? I'm glad that she did this. It's very good that she did this. And now she's going to get bat-faced smears. So we have to be there to defend candidates when they do the right thing. You might not think it's a bold move, but for someone like AOC, it is a bold move. So you have to literally fucking defend this move. It's called positive reinforcement, okay? Some of you have no capacity to understand positive reinforcement, and you just simply want to stand out and be the most moral vehicle possible. These are politicians. This is not your Marxist-Leninist reading group, okay? Ideological divisions in your Marxist-Leninist reading group are utterly immaterial, okay? But when we're talking about one of the most visible national, if not international politicians coming out and creating a new litmus test, we have to engage in defending them and engage in positive reinforcement, okay? That's it. Because that attack, that cynical attack, is not just against AOC. When people are going to come out and say, oh, I guess you want all Jews to die. Oh, how could you do this? How could you say you don't want to give me unlimited funds for my Iron Dome so I can continue doing genocide and continue invading Lebanon? When they do that, it's not just about AOC. It's about you. It's about the majority of people that also agree with that sentiment, okay? You are not defending AOC when you do that. You're defending every single other person as well that has that same exact position. So remember that. Okay, bro, politicians are not babies. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yes, they are. Treat them like babies, okay? Shut up. Take a day off. Just really reconsider where you're at. I'm making a point that is beyond AOC here because these arguments are not just arguments against AOC. These arguments are against every single fucking person that also have the same mindset, okay? You're defending not AOC, you're defending yourself. You're defending this becoming a primary litmus test in mainstream discourse. Please understand how communication works. Please understand how propaganda works. Please understand how you actually fucking move the needle. None of you have that capability for some reason. You just want to sit around and fucking tweet. Fuck. The Israeli government is well able to fund the Iron Dome system, which has proven critical to keep innocent civilians safe from rocket attacks and bombardment. Consistent with my voting record today, I will not support Congress sending more taxpayer dollars and military aid to a government that consistently ignores international law and U.S. law. Netanyahu's allies in the Knesset just approved $45 billion defense budget, and the Prime Minister himself also asserted his interest in withdrawing from the MOU with the United States in January. It is fully within their ability to fund the Iron Dome and other defense systems. Our allies who need our military aid must understand that we will provide it consistent with the Leahy Amendment and with Foreign Assistance Act. Like, even then, it's not, it doesn't go hard enough, okay? It doesn't go hard enough. Like, I will admit that. Like, it should very clearly spell out that, like, Israel gets to be belligerent because of our unlimited defense. Like, our unlimited tax dollars go to Israel, and they get to be as belligerent as they want to. They need to recalculate their decisions. They need to stop violating international laws. They need to stop violating our laws. Like, you can be more clear on it, right? But she still obviously massages it in a way where it's going to frustrate people. But also on top of that, it's people that are now pissed off that she even said this because they understand how important of a decision this is, far more than you do, right? Because the people that are shitting on her, they understand what this means. You don't. Okay? The people that are now going to act like she wants every Jewish person to go through the Holocaust over and over again in Israel, they know how devastating this is when you have one of the most popular, nationally relevant politicians coming out and creating a new litmus test for what it means to be critical of Israel. Okay? So the Scott Jennings of the world, they recognize the dangers that this presents for the pro-Israel position. Many of you do not.
President Trump, he's set to address the nation tonight on the war with Iran. And just moments ago, he said that he's strongly considering pulling out of NATO. That is a massive statement. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl here with the latest. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. 5 weeks into a war that most Americans say they do not support, Donald Trump says U.S. troops are now, quote, finishing the job. Just days ago, President Trump threatened a major escalation of U.S. attacks on Iran. But now he is signaling that U.S. troops may head home within a couple of weeks.
We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer, to do the job.
It's not the first time the president has set a 2-week deadline, many of which have come and gone without consequence. But this talk of an exit comes as Americans are feeling the pain of war. Iran continues to block virtually all ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, causing oil prices to skyrocket globally. The average price of gas in the United States now tops $4 a gallon. In Florida, it's $4.22, up nearly $1.30 since the war began. It's worse out west, $4.93 a gallon in Nevada, and nearly $6 a gallon in California. Trump offered a simple solution to bringing those prices down.
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
Meanwhile, Trump is urging America's allies to build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait, and just take it. The president saying that America's allies...
Yeah, this is both good and bad. I mean, if you're a peace enjoyer, this kind of feels like retreat, right? If you're an enjoyer of peace... Hold on, I gotta fix them. There we go. If you're an enjoyer of peacetime and you want this entire thing to be put to rest ASAP, then there's only one way to read this, right? And which is Donald Trump is retreating, and that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing at all. Obviously, it's devastating for like American force projection capabilities, American military posture. What this says about like where America will go in the future as far as like American imperialism, who knows? But we don't know if there will actually be a retreat or if this is yet another act of perfidy where Donald Trump might come out tonight and say, oh, we're done. We're done with NATO. We're done with this war or whatever, and then turn around and do a ground invasion because he's a psychopath and we just simply don't know. But I will say, regardless of what he ends up doing, this is an admission that he's up. Okay, leaning into NATO allies and saying it's your problem after it up, like after being singularly responsible for the Strait of Hormuz's closure, only to turn around and say, "All right, Europe, you figure it out now." It's totally ridiculous, right? I mean, he's openly admitting that the American military, with all of its might, are totally incapable of forcibly reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran controls it, and he's giving up. Okay? He's totally giving up.
Should be there to help, even though he started the war without consulting them. In a phone call, the president told me our allies can, quote, police it themselves. Why should I do it for them? They weren't there for me. In that same call, President Trump told me he is already negotiating with what he says is the new leadership in Iran. We have regime change, he told me, and this group is much more moderate and much more reasonable. The president told me his team...
It's so funny that this is quite literally the opposite, by the way. It's quite literally the opposite. I mean, there is a lot of sentiment that he's expressing to the media in the lead up to the State of the Union that's supposed to happen in a couple hours, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. A lot of the statements are in line with retreat. Okay, there's also an Iranian, the Iranian president released a letter to the American people. There was a union address from the Australian leader and the British one as well. We'll obviously cover that too. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see the situation develop. I mean, we are monitoring the situation, but obviously, if you ask Axios, or a Trump administration official tells Axios, this isn't 3D chess. It's 12-dimensional. He contradicts himself regularly, so nobody knows what he's thinking. It's on purpose. It's literally, I mean, it is the Vladimir Putin meme. Because on the one hand, he's moving troops in a certain way, as though he is moving in the direction of a potential military invasion, maybe a seizure of Karg Island, maybe a seizure of other islands, maybe not Karg Island, right? But also on the other hand, he's talking about retreating. It's very interesting. It's unbelievably inconsistent, and lucky for him, I guess it doesn't feed into market volatility all that much because there's far too many financially interested parties here that want to maintain market stability and have a permanent growth market, permanent bull market. So they just, anytime he says something in the direction of retreat, they lean into that pretty hard. And they're like, oh, stocks recover by $1 trillion in value, right? Like that happens over and over again. At the end of the day, however, we're talking about hard commodities that are necessary for survival, necessary for the energy grid. And there is going to be a there is going to be a moment where this unstoppable force meets the immovable object, where you just can't manipulate the oil futures markets over and over again when people inevitably run out of oil, right? Because this is not just like a pure speculative asset. This is something necessary for the energy grids to operate. It's something necessary for agriculture to operate, right? When you don't have when you don't have the necessary chemical compounds being delivered, so that farmers during planting season get all of the what is it called? Gubre. I'm forgetting the English word for it. How is that even possible? English is basically my first language at this point. Gubre. Someone in the chat help me. No, not diesel. Fertilizer. Thank you. Yeah, when you don't have the chemicals or the necessary chemical compounds to develop fertilizer, you're not going to be able to get the same agricultural yields. It is absolutely going to change the dynamic. It is absolutely going to skyrocket prices. There's going to be food shortages. There's going to be famine, right? And this is right before harvest season. And as is the case with climate change, as is the case with everything else, the countries in the third world, developing nations, are going to suffer the most, right? There's chip shortages already, and that is going to lead to shortages in consumer goods that you can access, consumer goods that you can get. That is going to lead to inflation on that side of things, right? This is how it always works. Yeah, no fertilizer, no helium, no diesel. A British commodities trader went on national television yesterday and said, tomorrow, as in today, he said this yesterday, today is going to be the last oil in jet fuel to the United Kingdom. It's over after that. Okay? That's insane. That's insane. Like, what will that do to deliveries? I mean, I went to Cuba. I talked about the necessity for oil in terms of like keeping the energy grid up, right? Some countries have already restarted their coal plants, like Thailand. Thailand restarted their coal plants so they can power their energy grid with coal again, right? But some countries don't have that. Like, other countries have already shuttered those operations. They don't have a redundancy there. They don't have a contingency plan. So what do? When you don't have jet fuel, you don't have transport, okay? You don't have deliveries. What do? This will cause unbelievable strains, unbelievable burdens on the European markets. People will not have access to goods. Eventually, if it gets really bad, then you can't even power your energy grid at all. There will be shortages. There will be rationing. Do you understand? All for what? So that America and Israel could successfully destroy a sovereign country with 93 million people without even taking into consideration what the aftermath of that looks like? It's totally ridiculous. It's totally belligerent. I don't think we fully comprehend. Tucker and Dave Smith talked about you, really? Wait, really? I didn't see that. But I don't think people comprehend exactly how bad it's going to get. It's very strange. Here in America, obviously, we're more sheltered from the worst impacts, right? The lesser developed a nation is, the worse the impact will be felt. And America, by geographic proximity, and through its own extractive forces, its own extraction industries, is going to be able to shelter the American population to the best of their ability from the most consequential impacts of this energy crisis that is imminent. But I do feel, people are exhausting the limited resources. Looking into Italy, they're like, whoa, why are people in the hospitals? Like, why are they crowding these hospital beds, right? These facilities are being overloaded. And that's what it feels like to me. It's truly unbelievable the way that the American media is covering the issue. I mean, some people are obviously ringing the alarm bells, but the markets have not adjusted to the crisis that is coming, in my opinion. Right? while the hiring rate in February, per the last JOLTS report, hit the same level it did in April 2020. This is all entirely before any of the global energy, fertilizer, food, plastic, helium, etc. price shocks get baked in. That's stating the obvious, but we should be clear that this self-inflicted crisis compounded an already gloomy trajectory. My mention?
Look at this. Turns out now, of course, they're left.
Well, we'll cover that later. Fun fact from Odd Lots: the U.S. had a strategic helium reserve, which it was forced to sell off in the 90s after the Gingrich Revolution. Now helium is more critical than ever, and 1/3 of all global helium comes from Qatar. Also, the stuck helium is perishable and will be unusable soon. All the while, when Donald Trump, on the one hand, is saying that we might pull out, and the market is reacting with joy, right? Oh, finally, the pain will go away, without even factoring in the pain that will come regardless due to the impact of what we've done thus far, that we have seemingly refused to take a cold, hard look at for some weird reason. But then on the other hand, Donald Trump is saying that he is still escalating. He's still invested in escalation. President Trump requested a plan to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium from Iran. The U.S. military briefed him on a complex operation involving airlifting excavation equipment, building a runway inside Iran for cargo planes to extract the material, and potentially deploying hundreds of troops. Politico has the scoop on what he will say tonight. Trump is expected to declare that war in Iran is winding down in a primetime Oval Office address tonight, saying U.S. military objectives have been met. Trump has also set the shift responsibility for reopening the Strait of Hormuz onto European and regional allies. Okay, so it's exactly what he communicated thus far. So it still doesn't give us additional insight into whether or not he will escalate with troops on the ground, only because when Donald Trump has done this in the past, it was perfidious, right? He has claimed that there's a de-escalation coming down, there's a winding down of operations, and then doubles down on the effort, especially paired up with the reality that there are a lot of troops that are moving into the Middle East as it stands, as we are speaking about this stuff. I still don't know which way this will go. I don't know which way this will go at all. Okay, I am not so confident that the troop positioning is specifically so that they can apply additional pressure and leverage this negotiation with the most favorable terms to America at a time when Iran has militarily secured W after W. They have accomplished their main objective. As I said in the early days, the victory condition for Iran is to remain intact. Okay, is to remain intact and apply sufficient military deterrence. They've done both. It's impossible not to recognize that, unless you're, an American exceptionalist, an American chauvinist, and outright delusional, and assume that America is still winning, right? Because they killed the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The reality of the matter is, Iran's victory conditions, Israel's victory conditions, and America's victory conditions are separate. Okay, understandably, for Iran and America to be on the opposing side, right? So here's the victory conditions for Iran. I'll go through it once again, and then I'll tell you the victory conditions for Israel and America. For Iran, it's to remain intact and not be balkanized, and continue running the country with the IRGC and with the current form of governance. Okay, while simultaneously deploying sufficient military deterrence and maybe even causing America to retreat from its bases. Its maximalist goals are to demand reparations and sanctions relief, while simultaneously, getting taken off like the state sponsor of terrorism list, and like being forcing America to treat Iran like an even partner, like a normal country that exists outside of the U.S. security umbrella. Okay, this is huge. It's a demand from Iran to basically be treated like pre-Russia, pre-invasion of Ukraine Russia, right? Those are the maximalist goals here. I'd say that militarily they've accomplished a bunch of those goals. They've been able to consistently strike with higher degrees of success Israel and American assets in the region, and even American companies in the Gulf as well, right? So they've been able to do that. They've also successfully maintained control over the Strait of Hormuz without even shutting it down, without even mining it, right? And now they're applying a toll in order to collect even more revenue, which they see as a form of, I guess, reparations. And with the oil shock and the increased oil prices, they're still continuing to send out their own tankers to the rest of the world. And that's also been very helpful for revenues. All the while, they've had, some of their munitions facilities blown up. Some of the Bossage headquarters have been blown up around the country. Approximately 13,000 targets have been exploded by American and Israeli Air Force campaigns, right? Are you serious? Backseat fever. Yes, I am serious. This is exactly what's going on currently. Are you oblivious? Are you oblivious to the realities that are unfolding? What's the problem? Can you tell me what I said incorrectly? No, you can't. Tankers are paying tolls. America has contingency plans. Okay, you're fucking around. Shut up. Okay. Even an accurate reflection of the expansion of the targets that they're deliberately targeting from the American side and the Israeli side is yet another reflection that America and Israel's objectives are not being met. Okay? America's goals, perhaps short-sighted and perhaps very stupid, because they were deluded into thinking that the Israeli intelligence on this was solid and reliable, most likely, coming off the victory of Venezuela. America's goals were to basically do a Venezuela-style operation, in and out, decapitation strike, 4 days, and new leadership that is much more pliant to American needs, and Iran gets dominated and is basically like a vassal state to American interests and is no longer a problem at all, and they're willing and able to like destroy their munitions facilities and maybe even limit their missile strike capabilities. They'll commit to never building any sort of facilities that can enrich uranium, even for civilian purposes. America gets to control the uranium that Iran even allows into the country, right? All this stuff, that's the American victory condition. The Israeli victory condition is separate. The Israeli victory condition was very different. Okay? Israel wants to diminish the Gulf, reduce the Gulf and its power, and certainly Israel wants to destroy Iran, right? Not just do regime change in Iran, but to absolutely destroy Iran, to wind up tensions, to foment ethnic sectarian infighting within the country, and to balkanize Iran, right? To turn Iran into a failed state. A country with 93 million people in it. Turn it into a failed state without ever accounting for what kind of reverberations that would have on the rest of the planet, and especially in this region, right? What kind of instability that would create. So when you look at those victory conditions for both Israel and America and Iran, you understand why I say, with my sober analysis, that America is losing, Israel is losing, and Iran is winning. Okay? Iran has not achieved their maximalist goals here, certainly, but they've achieved many of their goals militarily, and they're continuing to achieve them every day that the Strait is under the control of the Iranian Navy. So Donald Trump coming out tonight and saying America's going to retreat from controlling the Strait of Hormuz, well, that's an admission of defeat, right? It's a good thing overall for the rest of the world. It's a good thing for Iran. It's a good thing for the region. But from the American NatSec side of things, this is a straight-up admission of defeat. Not going to lie, you are biased. I am biased. I'm biased towards the truth, okay? There has been a reason why people keep coming in here consistently every single day. There's a reason why millions of people are tuning into what Mersheimer is saying. Millions of people are tuning into what Jeffrey Sachs is saying. And millions of people are tuning into what I'm saying because we're not soft pedaling it, okay? I mean, those guys are obviously infinitely smarter than I am, but the point is, I'm giving you sober and honest assessment of the events that are unfolding. I am not trying to make it seem like Iran is doing much better than it actually is. I'm telling you exactly what's going on. And unlike in the past, where you would have to wait like 10 years, 20 years for history to vindicate people like myself, We're getting that vindication fairly shortly, right? I mean, it doesn't take, it only takes a couple days for that vindication to come. So it's up to you to make that assessment on your own. Am I hearing some hard truths that I don't get elsewhere? Am I going to reflect on what I'm hearing here and think maybe the situation is different than the way it's been presented in mainstream news? Or am I just going to simply say you're biased? I don't want to hear what you have to say. You're biased. According to the Times of Israel, Iran launches 10 to 15 missiles a day at Israel on average. There have been 6 waves of launches today alone, and the largest of these waves was 10 missiles. And the interception rates have gone down. Iran has greatly improved its successful strike percentage. It's gotten to a point where the ballistic missile launches have obviously gone down tremendously. However, when they were launching a volley of 350 munitions, many of which are old munitions that they were expending to diminish Israel's defensive capabilities, to like force them to deploy as many Arrow system missiles and as many Tamir interceptors as possible. Now they are successfully penetrating the Israeli defense and actually successfully striking targets. Okay? Why the missile rate from Iran is 15% to Israel and 85% of missiles to Gulf countries? That's not true. Its missile rate, its strike capabilities in Israel has gone up to above 50%. Any other number that you hear is wrong. Any other number that you hear is wrong. This is Israel's own numbers. Israel's own numbers. Israel is ringing the alarm bells. Its military incursion, its invasion of Lebanon is turning into a spectacular defeat. They do not have the numbers. They do not have the enthusiastic reservists. They are losing Merkava tanks 10 at a time every single fucking day with ATGM fire from Hezbollah. Hezbollah continues to also engage in missile barrages into northern Israel. Now the Houthis are joining the battle as well. Israel is in a very bad shape, and Israeli society has broadly shifted on its attitude as well in ways that I didn't even perceive, in ways that I couldn't even predict. Israeli society, specifically Jews in Israel, had an overwhelming approval for this Iran war, right? Partially because the Iron Dome and Israeli defenses were sheltering regular Israeli society from the worst impacts, right? But after 32 days of having to run into shelters over and over again, and Iran successfully penetrating the Israeli defenses over and over again, Israeli society's attitude has started to shift. That number went from 85% approval to 60% approval yesterday. 60% approval might come across as still unimaginably high. And it's true. Okay, Israel's a fascist society. A lot of people are very invested in doing maximum damage to every other country. They hate Iran. They have this unshakable bloodlust. But now that regular Israeli society is starting to see the consequences of their endless incursions, their endless efforts of destabilizing every other neighboring country and countries in the region, a 20% drop-off is massive. It's spectacular. Okay? Hezbollah fired ballistic missiles towards the south of Tel Aviv, possibly more Scud. Channel 12, 2 launched from Lebanon, 1 intercepted, 1 fell. Israeli home front, warning sirens are being sounded at the Palmachim air base in south of Tel Aviv. While Israeli society is still bloodthirsty, okay, by and large, what you have to consider is they are used to a level of comfort, okay? They're fucking Treatlerites. They're Treatlerites. They're used to a level of comfort, even in a fascist society. And once those comforts are taken away, once they start feeling the retaliation, the calculation changes. This was a big part of the reason why I have maintained the position that I see no difference between defensive weapons and offensive weapons that we are sending to Israel. Okay? It was the Iron Dome and the Arrow systems that allowed the Israeli government to be as violent as they wanted to and maintain majority approval, because the majority did not actually suffer any consequences for Israeli violence. Now they are. And that's precisely the reason why there is a drop-off. Okay? Important to acknowledge here. This is yet another clear-cut example. An obvious truth that the Iranian military deterrence against Israel is succeeding. Okay? It's succeeding. Anyway, also there's this wallet just put an $800,000 bet on boots on the ground in Iran. They previously were right about the time U.S. struck Iran first. Unusual, highly unusual betting taking place. It's who knows? There's so much insider trading in the poly market side of things that this could mean that it's like it's going to actually happen. It could just be someone getting lucky. You never fucking know with these people, unfortunately. I've been pretty open about this. Like, I've been talking about this nonstop every single day, right? That all Iran needs to do is pace itself. In a war of attrition, now that they can damage the global markets, which is the only thing that the capitalist class cares about, and they are the ones who obviously run the show. Politicians are mere representatives of the interests of capital owners. When they strike at the heart of capital, when they actually hit profit centers, and they cause instability that way, that is the most effective military deterrence. Okay? That's it. So all they need to do is engage in this war of attrition, which favors them. Clearly. Here are some quotes from Trump on Iran from his interview with Reuters. Okay? And we'll talk about the capital owners and how frustrated they are as well. Asked when the war would be over, Trump said, "I can't tell you exactly. We're going to be out pretty quickly. They won't have a nuclear weapon because they're incapable of that now, and then I'll leave. And I'll take everybody with me, and if we have to, we'll come back to do spot hits. We have had full regime change," he said. "I'm dealing with very good chance that we'll make a deal because they don't want to be blasted anymore. I didn't need regime change, but we got it because of the casualties of war. We got it. So we have regime change, and the big thing we have is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon," said Trump, adding, "nor do they want one." As for the enriched uranium still possessed by Iran, Trump said, "That's so far underground, I don't care about that. We'll always be watching it by satellite." Now that is a retreat. That is a retreat, dropping all of its goals in Iran, self-stated goals in Iran, down to the nuclear program, down to the extraction of the enriched uranium. So how can you sit here and tell me if that is true, if this is sincere, if this is not Trump simply trying to abide by a pump fake or something, simply trying to pump fake Iran, and then like he's going to send boots on the ground, which by the way will be also devastating for America. I need you to understand that this will be devastating for America. Okay, if that's not the case, if this is not simply perfidy once again, this means Donald Trump is going to retreat from Iran. And it will be an immensely consequential retreat. The heads of the International Energy Agency, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank will form a coordination group to maximize their response to the energy and economic impacts of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, the international body said in a joint statement on Wednesday. The coordination group will assess the severity of impacts across countries, coordinate a response mechanism, and mobilize stakeholders to deliver support to countries in need, the international body said. So now, capital owners are mobilizing. Let's see what little Marco had to say.
Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is you import the fuel and you...
It's so funny. It's just like every part of this is a lie, right? Every part of this is a lie. Like the idea that like Iran wasn't cooperating with America, it was cooperating with America with the deal that was conducted on the with the Obama administration, multilateral cooperative agreement. China was involved, EU was involved, Russia was involved. Iran was abiding by the standards set forth in the JCPOA. Donald Trump came in, ripped it apart under Trump 1 because he is a servant of Israel. Because there was one party that did not want this deal to take place. One party that had no interest in stopping the Iranian nuclear program, knew that it wasn't a sincere threat. One party that just wanted to destroy Iran. That party was Israel. Donald Trump did that for Israel, okay? But it didn't end there. In spite of that ridiculous deal being cast aside shortly after Trump won the presidency, Iran still kept going back to the table over and over again. And twice, Iran was met with perfidy. Negotiations process led to America and Israel striking Iran. The last one being the Operation Epstein's Fury that we are inside of currently. The last 32 days of tit-for-tat bombing campaigns as America and Israel have escalated and spread their targeting to civilian targets, doing terrorism, engaging in chemical warfare, with Iran retaliating slowly but surely and maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz. Markets are suffering. Capital owners are in a state of panic. None of this had to happen, okay? None of it had to happen. And little Marco is still out here being like, oh, they wanted to get nukes. This is a lie. This is a lie that the Omani mediators revealed in the negotiations process. This is a lie that a British envoy that was also privy to the conversations revealed as well. The idea that Iran was not leaning into maximalist conditions set forth by America after America had already bombed them is bullshit. They were willing to play ball. And then America assassinated all the people that wanted to play ball with America. All the people that had demonstrated strategic restraint. They were all assassinated. So when Donald Trump says regime change took place and now we have much more moderate people in charge, that's a lie. Regime change took place. This is true. Except the regime that's in place right now is hardliners. Okay? And you can see that with the way that they're moving. They have not de-escalated at all. They're continuing to control the Strait of Hormuz. They passed a bill in Congress to legalize their dominance over the Strait of Hormuz and the toll system that they implemented. They're hitting the Gulf. They're hitting Israel. They're hitting American military assets with regular frequency, with incredible success. They've caused billions of dollars of damage, lost assets that will never be rebuilt. And they did that in just 32 days, showing the rest of the world that America does not have the same force projection capabilities that we once thought it had, and that American security cooperative agreements simply turn these countries with the U.S. military bases into missile sponges. That's the reality. So Marco Rubio can lie and try to change the dynamic to the best of his ability here, but the facts on the ground are showing a very different reality than what he is trying to present.
Build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack?
That's bullshit. It's the exact opposite. The reality is the exact opposite of what he's presenting here. And I know his big-eared ass can hear me when I say this, okay? He's lying. He's lying to the American public. You have to be motivated and, dare I say, delusional to believe this, okay? You have to be delusional to believe this.
Now, well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future ever possess nuclear weapons. And under no circumstances can they be allowed to hide and protect that program and their ambitions behind a shield of missiles and drones that no one can do anything about. This was our last best chance to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build, and the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Why record this mid shit? Yeah, it's to try to regain control over the narrative. I know that the American government is actually very frustrated with like how well the Iranian side has been able to communicate through all of this. One of the big issues is that the foreign minister Arakshi speaks English very well, and has gone on American news programs to directly deliver the Iranian side. That's very frustrating for, obviously, propaganda efforts. It's a huge problem, right? You can't undermine your opposition. You can't turn them into like Hamas or Hezbollah. They're not a non-state actor. They're a state actor. They're a sovereign state. And their leadership can speak English. That's a huge deal in terms of being able to communicate your desires and to defend your humanity in the eyes of Americans. Okay? On top of that, the silly memes that they've been posting, they've also played a formative role, you know? So this is something that they are worried about. This is something that the American government is absolutely worried about. They've tried to get the military PSYOP team to start doing counter messaging, and that's part of the reason why Marco Rubio is coming out and making shitty videos like that. Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, who is probably the least powerful figure in the government, let's be real, but he released a statement. He wrote a letter to the American people. We're going to be looking at that. Okay? Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, in a message addressed to Americans, lays out a forceful counter-narrative to the U.S. government claims, noting Iran is a country that, at least since its founding of the United States, has never initiated a war and acts in legitimate self-defense after decades of U.S. intervention, from the 1953 coup to sanctions and recent strikes. He says Washington withdrew from an agreement and chose escalation, while attacks on infrastructure are directly targeting the Iranian people and entrenching instability. He questions whether the war serves any American interests, warns it will leave enduring resentment, and urges a shift toward engagement over confrontation as the only viable path forward. I'm not going to go through all of it, but that's a pretty good summarization. And for the record, that's just the truth, right? For these guys, they don't have to lie, okay? Because the reality of the matter is America and Israel's actions here are totally immoral and totally ridiculous. So they can just simply say exactly what the truth is, okay? Arakshi is part of Pezeshkian's cabinet. I know. Arakshi doesn't make any decisions. He's a great communicator, though. But Pezeshkian is not as strong of a communicator and has like very little, in the current government, has very little power, in my opinion, as far as like making decisions. Arakshi has contradicted statements made by Pezeshkian in the past. If you recall, when in the early days, Pezeshkian came out and was like apologetic to the Gulf neighbors and stuff. He had to literally come out and correct the record. He decided to look handsome. Yeah. Iran Foreign Minister Arakshi. No ceasefire proposal has been made by Iran. The 5-point plan allegedly proposed by Iran is media speculation. The war will continue until the aggressor is punished and full compensation is paid to Iran. Yeah. U.S. intel community issues advisory for protecting VIPs at public gatherings, citing Iranian attempt to kill an American critic. Interesting. I worry about this. Not because I think like Iran actually is going to do such a thing. I don't think they are. I worry about this as a telltale marker of a psyop potentially. You know, false flag, calling the shot ahead of time so you can turn around and say, "See, we told you." But yeah, on the one hand, Donald Trump is saying he is going to de-escalate. On the other hand, he's saying that there's a high-risk plan to seize the Iranian uranium. But our allies are also taking a strong stance against the United States of America in this incursion. Because not only is it indefensible, but it's also devastating. It's quite consequential for the global markets. And England doesn't want to participate in it. Even Germany is shy, right? This is like Five Eyes is a core part of American and Western imperialism. When you got Australia and the UK coming out and saying, this is not for us, that's a huge deal. That's even, in my opinion, that's a more consequential statement than even NATO, right? It's a big deal. Mark Dubowitz from FDD, one of the beggars of permanent war with Iran, comes out and says, Five Eyes was built for another era. We get diminishing value from our partners, and ties with Britain are at a low point. Time to rethink the alliance around those actually delivering intelligence value. Israel, Poland, Ukraine, UAE, Japan, Republic of Korea, and other serious partners. Of course, you would say that. You are literally an agent for the state of Israel. Remember, FDD, Foundation for Defending Democracy, is basically an Israeli think tank. It is literally an Israeli think tank. You could even go so far as to say it's a Likudnik think tank. It is Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank in Washington, D.C. And that's precisely the reason why they're saying this. Oh, fuck Five Eyes. What you should care about is the United Arab Emirates and Israel, right? Get the fuck out of here. Oops, hold on. I'm going to go back to that because there was a Sina Tusi take here as well. Sina Tusi says, for decades, a core project of the Israel lobby and the rise of neocons was to cast Israel as a strategic asset to the U.S. global hegemony, especially from the 60s and 70s onward, as many of its leading figures made that ideological turn. That logic helped embed Israel within the broader U.S.-led alliance system. What is striking now is that as Israeli actions are increasingly acknowledged as a strategic liability for the United States, leading pro-Israel voices in Washington like Mark Dubowitz are questioning the very alliances that actually underpin American power. To discerning observers, the through line is hard to miss, a consistent push to direct U.S. power in ways that align with Israel, even when they run against any rational definition of U.S. national interests. Israel is like an abusive boyfriend, for those of you who don't understand, okay? Or an abusive girlfriend, an abusive partner that like constantly gets you into fights, has no ability to defend you when those fights happen, okay? Uses you as a fucking meat shield, and is also trying to forcibly separate you from your friends and family so that you are increasingly singularly reliant on your abusive partner. That is literally what's going on here. This is what it is. Straight up. Arrogant, temperamental, hysterical, entitled, narcissistic. That's precisely what this is. A fascist country that is increasingly at odds with American, but is able to manipulate and utilize the American government and all of its power to advance its own personal ambitions, even if it goes against long-standing security cooperative agreements. That's precisely what's happening here. Because at the end of the day, what is more valuable to America? Trillions of dollars of investment coming from the Gulf that is the underpinning of the petrodollar system that we have? Or a nation state the size of New Jersey that constantly fucking destroys every one of its neighboring countries and demands unlimited billions of dollars of defense? What's a more valuable asset, you think? Now, I'm not in favor of American imperialism. Having said that, however, if I was a competent State Department official, I would look to this dynamic and say, we have to cut Israel out of this equation. We have to bring Israel to heel. Because at this point, it's absolutely harming our interests. It is diametrically opposite to our interests. I wouldn't say this about previous military incursions in the way that, like, Joe Kent or Tucker Carlson does, where they shift the blame over to Israel. Israel's the reason why we invaded Iraq. That's not true. We did not invade Iraq because of Israel. Did Benjamin Netanyahu play a role in the invasion of Iraq? Absolutely. Was he playing an advisory role? Yeah, of course he was. He came to the United States of America, delivered speech after speech to Congress about why this was good. Maybe he gave a 10 to 25% push, right? But our ambitions were ours when it came to extracting the natural resources of Iraq. However, this time it's different. It wasn't 40%. You're wrong. This time it's different. This is a spectacular mistake for those who want to continue American empire, allowing Israel to basically infiltrate the highest levels of decision-making in this country with its helpers. I forget what the proper term for it is, but it's helpers like Jared Kushner and Witkoff, people who are sympathetic, people who aren't directly paid by the Israeli government, but like sympathetic to that cause, okay? And also direct agent-backed interceptions like with Lindsey Graham. No, there's an Israeli term for it, for the helpers. No, not useful idiots, lackeys, or whatever. There is an Israeli term. There's a Hebrew term for it in Israel that the Israeli government points to, where they say they're not Lindsey Graham. I'm talking about Jared Kushner, or like, for example, a great example of this that isn't Jewish is Brett McGurk, right? Because I'm not just like implying that Witkoff and Kushner are Jewish and that's why they are doing this or whatever. Is it Azar? It could be Azar. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But there's helpers, there's assets, there's agents, and then there's envoys. Okay? In this circumstance, Donald Trump is surrounded by people who are sympathetic. And so was Joe Biden, but Joe Biden himself was also sympathetic, right? Donald Trump is more malleable, but the helpers were specifically Witkoff and Kushner. The assets were Lindsey Graham, who kept traveling back and forth to Israel and openly told Wall Street Journal that like he was getting talking points from Israel to convince Donald Trump. And you got envoys directly communicating with Donald Trump, like Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's how we arrived at this spectacular fuck up. Okay? And Donald Trump did not listen to his own generals, his own intelligence assessments on how things would go when they warned him. And he went through with it regardless. So that's the reason why I say this time it's different, that Israel is in the driver's seat. Israel has been in the Middle Eastern affairs since Trump won. That was a big shift. That's why Trump did a bunch of things that no previous administration had ever entertained. And this is yet another one of those instances. Because Israel has wanted to, blow up Iran for years, for decades. Iran has been an ever-present threat to Israel, both with the axis of resistance and also with its missile striking capabilities. Donald Trump did it. He took the final plunge. And here we are.
Has been talking with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who just a few days ago was taunting Trump on social media, posting, "Sad, but this is what happens when your leaders put others ahead of hardworking and ordinary Americans." But Trump telling me he's toned it down a lot. He's much better. The president then added what sounded like a threat to the man he says he is talking to. "We know where he lives. Let's put it that way." And President Trump will address the nation tonight in what the White House says is an important update on Iran. This comes as a new Ipsos poll out this week shows 60% of Americans disapprove of U.S. military strikes on Iran, and that nearly 2/3 of Americans want to see the U.S. to work to end the conflict quickly.
And John, as we've been saying just moments ago, the president gave this interview to a British newspaper, already drawing reaction across Europe.
Yeah, this is something else, asked directly, would you consider withdrawing from NATO? And look at his answer. He says, "Oh, yes, I would say it's beyond reconsideration. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger," and Putin knows that too, by the way.
The reason why Donald Trump uses paper tiger when he's talking about NATO is because everyone else is calling America a paper tiger for understandable reasons, because it is. But it's really funny because NATO is America. So when he calls NATO a paper tiger, he's still calling America a paper tiger, but he's too stupid to recognize that for some reason. In his endless need to shift the blame over to someone else, he ends up he ends up fucking, what is this? What? We already read the letter, man. Calm down. Yes. We read it. Like, dude, Pezeshkian dropped something crazy, bro. You got to read it. It's crazy style.
Didn't give you a lot of time yesterday.
Yeah, look, I have to say, one thing that struck me, I spoke to him for about 20 minutes yet in the middle of the day, in the middle of the workday. He seems like somebody who doesn't have a concern in the world. He seems extremely confident that the war is going to be just fine, that Americans will turn around and support it, that prices will come back down. He spent a lot of the time, George, talking not just about Iran, but about the ballroom that he is building, which was stopped yesterday, about the fact that his signature is going to be on the dollar bill, that they're renaming the airport in Palm Beach, even talking about plans for the library that his son Eric is working on in Florida. He really seemed like a man that was not troubled at all by what was going on.
All in the middle of the war.
All in the middle of the war, yeah.
John Carl, thanks very much.
Turning now to the latest on the war in Iran. President Trump has announced a prime-time address tonight on the conflict. On Tuesday, he said the war could wrap up in 2 to 3 weeks, but it's not clear what he'll say this evening. Major stock markets were up Tuesday on optimism the fighting could end soon. Weijia Jiang spoke with the president about his plans. Weijia, good morning. What did he say?
Adriana, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Even if the U.S. pulls out of the Iran war in 2 or 3 weeks, that would be longer than President Trump's original timeline. I asked him what else has to happen between now and declaring victory. Trump said, quote, "Not much. We want to clean up some ends, but we have done our job."
We'll be leaving very soon.
President Trump said the U.S. continues to negotiate with Iran, but will soon be done with the war.
I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days.
In a phone interview, I asked the president if removing the enriched uranium that remains in Iran, a critical component to make a nuclear weapon, is a requirement to declare victory. Trump said, "I don't even think about it. That's so deeply buried, it's going to be hard for anybody." Trump said it's possible Iran will make a deal in the coming weeks, but added that is not necessary for the U.S. to end the war.
They're losing.
I mean, all of these statements are an admission of defeat. Like, nuclear weapon, oh, we don't care about it any longer. Strait of Hormuz, we don't even need to open it. We got all of our goals across. This is a defeat. You know, this is a major, major defeat, right? And it's going to have widespread consequences around the world. No regime change took place. They're like, oh, we did regime change. The guys are more pliant. It's bullshit. They're literally way more fucking aggressive. They're hardliners. So I don't know. In the case of Donald Trump, I never know if it's like someone lying to him in his orbit and he's such a fucking moron that he doesn't know that people are lying to him and he's just like repeating what he's heard, or if he's personally come up with this lie to save face. I just don't know, right? But every single reason that he did this, he has dropped at this point, piece by piece. Like, this video goes through each individual goal, no matter how silly it was from the start, and openly recognizes that they're lost, right? Claiming that he's won on these, maximalist goals, when the reality is the exact opposite, right?
They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal.
Earlier Tuesday, the president said reopening the Strait of Hormuz is up to other nations since they depend on Gulf oil far more than the U.S. "I'm not a gatekeeper for them," he said in our interview. "Countries have to come in and take care of it."
They'll go right
like,
up there.
we're operating like there's no tomorrow, right? We're behaving like there's no day after. This is the same thing that I was considering for Israel, right? Like, when Israel was doing this genocide and openly showing the rest of the world that they're not a force that you can reason with, right? That they're just like this unstoppable force of evil. They were not calculating what the day after would look like. When you unwind international standards, when you destroy the liberal post-World War II consensus, the post-World War II international rule-based order, eventually someone is going to strike back against you in a similar fashion. Here, I'll give you a small example of this, right? Cluster munitions. America and Israel have never signed on to the weapons conventions, barring the usage of cluster munitions, right? They've never done so. And now Iran is using cluster munitions on Israel. So Israel keeps turning around and saying, they're using cluster munitions on us. Like, this is a war crime. And no one gives a shit. Because you fucking violated the rules from the start. You violated the rules from the start. Of course they're going to fucking use it against you. And no one is going to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe it. You know? Like, that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. This is the problem with might makes right politics. It only works if you are the most mighty, okay? And it certainly doesn't work if there is a country that is invested and has the capabilities of warfare. Iran is that country. That's the problem here. Might makes right only works as long as you are the most mighty. When you are no longer the most mighty, all of a sudden, you're in a spectacular position of weakness. Far weaker than you actually ever were when you first entered the battle. And no one will come to defend you. These international standards benefited the United States of America because it offered it a liberal patina, a protective cover. America had to make a convincing case that these kinds of interventions that America was engaging in were necessary interventions, albeit very violent interventions, but they were necessary. America was the world police. And they implemented soft power initiatives to prop the hard power up, to justify it to the rest of the world. I warned of this reality. I'd never thought that I would experience this change of attitude happen so rapidly, right? What did I always say? Trump 2. From the start, I said, if you diminish soft power, all of a sudden, 800 military bases will look a lot like 800 different military invasions. And no country throughout history has ever been able to exhaust its resources that much and spread that far and wide and continue its military dominance, right? It doesn't work like that. And that's what's going on. And you will see these reverberations. You will feel them slowly but surely in the upcoming years.
And they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with them.
Iranian restrictions in the Strait have caused gas prices in the U.S. to spike by almost 35% since the war began.
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
In a new warning, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps is threatening to attack the Middle East offices of American tech firms tonight if Iranian leadership continues to be targeted by airstrikes. 18 companies were singled out, including Microsoft.
50,000 Cartier glasses. You keep saying America and Trump is losing the war, but you can't even see that the actual war objectives are. The stated war goals were never the actual objectives, but you can't see what they are. What are the actual war objectives? Was it to... Was America's actual war objectives to show the rest of the world its ass? Was that what it was? To just like light billions of dollars of weapon systems, radar installations, and irreplaceable aircraft on fire? They want to blow up Middle East. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you for your analysis. Oh, I didn't realize that America's goals here was to diminish the confidence that people have in the American military. That is the underpinning of why the dollar is the global reserve currency, while simultaneously destroying the petrodollar's resilience. You know, it's a twofold mission right there. What do you think destroying the Middle East means, chatter? It means no more petrodollar. It means no more SWIFT system. Are you crazy? And also showing that America does not have the capabilities to force project or to defend its allies, defend its security cooperative allies, where there are American military bases. Remember, 800 of them around the world. Those military bases are not actually a guarantee that you will be secure. As a matter of fact, it's a guarantee that you will be insecure if there's a country crazy enough to fucking fight back against America. Do you feel like those are, do you feel like that would be the goal of any country, let alone the United States of America, that has dominated the planet as the hegemonic superpower for our entire lives? Of course not. We are a victim of our own success. If the American goal, if the American government's goal was to maintain its hegemonic status, especially after the dissolution of the USSR, when we were left with no real enemy, right? No other great power, no other world power that could contest our ambitions and fight back, we greatly accelerated our own demise. Okay? We did that because we were too successful. We continued accelerating in the financialization of the American economy, which had horrible shocks on the American labor force, on the health of the overall domestic economy. We kept funneling money into endlessly expanding military budgets, to the military-industrial complex that was no longer actually developing the most sophisticated weaponry simply to dominate the rest of the world, but instead to just make money, right? We've spread far too thin, and we could do so because we picked our targets carefully, okay? We picked our targets carefully. Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq again, right? Like, those were targets that we could dominate militarily, okay? They did not have the capabilities of fighting back. We implemented much more sophisticated messaging operations in the buildup. This time it's different. Even Venezuela, yeah. Venezuela is another example of this as well. So this time is different because the country that we finally decided to take on was one that had developed its sovereignty through blood, Iran, and had spent 47 years developing its defenses for this exact moment. And we pushed them to a fucking corner We killed their leadership, and now they're successfully fighting back and achieving their objectives
breaking news
militarily. And the impact around the world is devastating. We have released Russian sanctions in an effort to make up for the energy crisis that we created when Iran shut off the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is able to farm additional revenue. Iran is able to farm additional revenue through a toll system in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is achieving all of its military goals here, while showing the rest of the world that America does not have the capabilities of defending its allies, and it does not have the capabilities of bringing a country that we have been able to dominate economically through economic warfare by a sanctions regime. We cannot bring them to heel militarily. It's over.
from the United States, and President Donald Trump is saying that in a social media post, he said that Washington will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, U.S. forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. Okay, let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us from the White House. So, Alan, the question is there anything in this?
Well, I hate to use the phrase time will tell, Nick, but that's exactly what will happen. That's exactly where it's headed. And as I've said many times, this isn't a day-to-day thing. This is an hour-to-hour thing. What is interesting is that Donald Trump has announced that he wants a primetime address on all the main networks, and he will get that at 9 p.m. this evening, so in just about 12 hours' time. There was speculation on Tuesday night that Donald Trump was perhaps going to announce an end to the war. That is unlikely. From people I've been speaking to over the last 12 hours or so, they say it's more likely that he's going to say the war will continue for a couple of weeks. He understands that people are experiencing financial pain. He understands that the cost of gas, the cost of filling up your car, the cost of fuel for your home is much more expensive. But he says this is a short-term pain to get through this, and at the end of it, there will be Iran with no nuclear weapons. Now, the language has changed over the last 4 or 5 days from the administration. We heard it from Pete Hegseth on Tuesday. We're seeing it from Donald Trump in this Truth Social post, where he says that dealing with the new government of Iran, they're less radicalized and far more intelligent. That, of course, sets them up as not being the threat they were when Donald Trump has called the government in Tehran as evil, as monsters, as raving lunatics. This sets them up as people who are more easy to deal with. And although Donald Trump has achieved many of his aims, and there's no doubt about that militarily this has been an overwhelming victory for the United States in that they've destroyed the Iranian Navy, they've diminished the Air Force, they've hit the missile producing factories, they've damaged the drone program as well. All of those have been successful, but of course what he talked about was regime change. And he hasn't been able to deliver that. So now, by dressing it up as this government being less radicalized, far more intelligent, it sets him up to be able to say, well, there is a new regime. There are different people in charge. And there are different people. But there's no indication that the ideology or the approach from Tehran to the United States will be any different under the people who are now in charge.
To Tehran now, to Ali Hashim. So,
at a certain point, you have to consider this. Okay, it doesn't really matter if we're deluding our own countrymen by saying, "Oh, the victory conditions have been met. We're doing great." What matters is what the truth is, right? Like, other countries are seeing the reality, right? And that's eventually, as people come to that recognition that America's capabilities are actually nowhere near what people previously calculated them to be, that's going to change the dynamic of the world, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the stock market is doing well in the United States of America for the time being. It doesn't matter if, Trump says, "Oh, I won all my objectives here. I did it all. I'm so successful." Like, what matters is the truth. Because at the end of the day, these other countries that are, led by competent leaders, even if they're vassal states ultimately, they see the truth. They recognize what's going on, right? It doesn't even matter how they communicate. It doesn't even matter because, you look at 32 days ago, you look at the statements from European leaders 32 days ago. and look at how they're talking about the situation now. Okay? Match those statements up. Listen to Merz. Listen to Keir Starmer. Listen to Macron. They were salivating. They were so elated. They were like, oh, finally, we're doing this. I mean, listen, it's great. Fantastic, Mr. President. Thank you for doing this. Now listen to them 32 days after the fact. It's impossible. It's impossible to avoid the truth. When you hear the fear in their voice, their tenure has changed, right?
Ali, President Donald Trump saying Iran has asked for a ceasefire. What's being said there?
Well, according to Iranian officials, they're denying completely this request for a ceasefire. The only thing that comes to mind is President Pezeshkian's call today with the head of the European Council, President of the European Council, where he said, we have the necessary resolve to bring this war to an end while observing its requirements, especially the essential guarantees to prevent the recurrence of aggression. This is the only thing close to what might be an idea of ending the war. But of course, it's not a request of ceasefire, and it emphasizes on the idea of ending the war with guarantees that it's not going to occur once again. So it's completely different from what President Trump has been tweeting or, posting on Truth Social. So Iranian officials are denying this completely. And we heard yesterday the foreign minister, he's the man in charge of the diplomacy in this country, saying that they're not looking for a ceasefire. They want a comprehensive end of this war. And actually,
it's so funny because, like, as critical as I am of Barack Obama, for years I've maintained the position that his signature foreign policy accomplishments were with the JCPOA and the normalization of relations with Cuba, okay? The easing of sanctions on both of these countries. And it's unbelievable that the Democrats, when they were in charge, did not even reverse that position and go back to the Obama administration or with Cuba. What a fucking spectacular failure this was by the Biden administration. Here's Sina Tusi all the way back in May 25th, 2022, talking about the sanctions relief. What did Iran do with the sanctions relief it received under the deal in 2015? According to the Director of Defense Intel, Lieutenant General Stewart, the preponderance of the money Iran received from the JCPOA went to economic development and infrastructure. Opponents of the Iran nuclear deal in Congress choose to avoid the facts and prioritize politics over what's good for U.S. national security and global peace and stability. Diplomacy and engagement delivered results on Iran. Trump's maximum pressure failed on every front. Okay? Like, this was our own military assessment, that they were straight up taking advantage of the sanctions relief to develop their own country. They were not using it in the way that the Trump administration was claiming that they were. Okay? It's so ridiculous, dude. It is so fucking stupid. And honestly, I have smoke for Obama too, who never actually defended his legacy on this. He loves defending his legacy. And he never turned around and said, hey, remember when I did the Iran nuclear deal and it was awesome? He never defended it. He didn't urge the Biden administration to push for it again. We just left it in the fucking rear view. Why? Because everyone in Congress is a dick rider for Israel. That's why. If you want the honest truth of it, it's because every single fucking dumbass congressperson, both high-ranking officials in the Democratic Party and every single Republican, is unconditionally pro-Israel. Okay? That is why. That's precisely the reason why. What a crock of shit this is. Obama loves defending his legacy. He loves talking about Medicare for all. And yet, he never talked about his legacy with the Iran deal. Never. Not once. Never defended it. Never urged the Biden administration, who was, his vice president, right? To reconsider the JCPOA. Oh, did I say Medicare for all? Sorry. ACA. Obamacare. That's what I was talking about. Obviously, he didn't do Medicare for all. He's antagonistic to Medicare for all because it questions his legacy. Let's be real.
And observations and officials are saying that they are not in a position to ask for a ceasefire because this is going to be very harmful for Iran because it's going to leave this whole conflict in this, just flying the sky in tatters. At any time, they might be attacked once again. What they want is, just like Mr. Pezeshkian said, the president, Pezeshkian, that they need guarantees so that this is not going to happen again. Also, Abbas Araghchi yesterday in a phone call with the Lebanese speaker, Nabil Berri, said that the end of the war in Iran is going to be in accordance with the end of the war in Lebanon. I mean, it's very complicated to end this way.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashim there in Tehran.
昨天，中共中央政治局委员、外交部长王毅同巴基斯坦副总理兼外长
China and Pakistan launched joint peace initiative to stop the spillover of Middle East.
马尔举行会谈，就海湾和中东地。
Even though you done did me dirty, you're still my number one Shrimaki. Here's what the actual war objectives are, in my opinion. Oh, this guy wasn't memeing. He's like being serious. End energy dominance of Gulf and world dependence on them. Secure energy dominance over Europe. Fund chess with for war with China. Eliminate threats to Israeli local hegemony. Dog, do you think we're achieving any of those things? Do you understand that like the refinement capabilities that we have to implement on U.S. soil in order to take advantage of the Venezuelan crude that we have, heavy crude that we have, to make up for the loss of supply from the Gulf is infinitely riskier with no real mechanism to achieve those goals. I've talked about this already, as opposed to just like keeping the GCC stable because they're vassals anyway. You're out of your mind. You're talking about like a 5-year period where what? There's just going to be rolling blackouts in every country with the exception of the United States of America and Canada and Mexico? That's insane. And Russia? No, you're out of your mind. Also funding the with China, that is the worst aspect of this, because The Economist and Financial Times are literally behaving like HasanAbi has right now. Okay, I've been talking about this for years, and I never thought in a million years would I see the same commentary that I've been talking about, the same analysis that I'm seeing from like America's endless militarism in reflected in the Financial Times of all places. Remember, we were joking about American Century of Prosperity, J.D. Pondon, right? The Economist literally did a J.D. Pondon do nothing win meme. He's literally believing the theory you had a few weeks ago. Why are you acting like this is insane all of a sudden? Because when I was talking about the theory of like what is the materialist interpretation, what could be a long-standing goal here, I also explained to you that it is unachievable and is going to lead to spectacular defeats regardless, and it's still going to hurt America both in the short term and cause its collapse in the long term, because this has shown that America doesn't have the military capabilities of going against China. I've never shied away from that perspective. Chinese export controls will diminish, if not destroy, American munitions development and procurement capabilities, okay? But you assumed it was what the Americans believe. I don't think America has the capabilities of achieving this. I don't know if this is going to be successful at all. That's why I'm telling the chatter that it's a ridiculously risky endeavor. Trump is now in an impossible bind. If he tries to occupy Kharg Island, he will almost certainly have to use U.S. troops, committing to the U.S. fully to a war that will ratchet up gas prices. If Trump chickens out due to Hormuz, it makes America's military might look laughable. I think chickening out or not, this is already unsalvageable. I think if Donald Trump came in and tried to do like a swift tactical operation and was able to seize control over the over Kharg Island, and let's say Iran didn't evaporate Kharg Island and like laser however many thousands of troops that were deployed on Kharg Island, because I think Iran would just straight up Kharg Island, just so you guys understand. Like if America somehow takes Kharg Island, Iran did it. Not with like a real, but you see what I'm saying, right? Like they will take that. They will absolutely blow up that island in order to kill as many American troops as possible. Okay? But look at this. Look at this. Look at The Economist. This is a straight up community meme, dude. This is a community meme, and it's now the newspaper of Western capitalists reflecting on a community meme from our community. Okay? It's just like, I've never seen so much unbelievable vindication in such a short period of time. Like the Gaza equation took 2.5 years and an unlimited bloodshed of children for people to basically come to terms with the reality, to come to our side in the argument, to see what we were talking about, right? The Iran one is even, I can't believe it. Adam Tooze was talking about how China can restore, stability around the globe. He was like writing for the Financial Times, talking about a 5-point plan for Chinese dominance. Now, some of it is very silly, obviously, but it's crazy that it took like less than 30 days for many intelligent people to really reconsider how they view China, to really reconsider how they view America's force projection capabilities. Things are happening. This is why I said in the beginning of this conflict, I said, these are the weeks where decades happen, right? We're in it. We've been in it. Yeah. Francis Fukuyama talking about their doctrine and saying North Korea was right to develop sovereignty. Like, these are people that have, even down to like the FTD guys or the Atlanticists at these like, right-wing American foreign policy think tanks that have demanded America do exactly what it's doing for years and years, have to conduct sober assessment about how things are going and saying, this is really bad. This is really, really bad. We have to figure out a way to pull out. Like Citrinowicz, right? Like that guy who's another one of these like analysts that's, an Atlanticist. I think he's at is he at Rand or something? I don't know. I forget where he's at. But all of these like pro-military intervention guys are now turning around and being like, we have to pull out. We have to pull out. We have to pull out. Okay? That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. It is a moment of pure vindication. And yet, of course, there is, boundless, endless stupidity on the American side. So, of course, there's still going to be people who don't recognize what's going on. And they'll say, oh, you're just wrong, or you're biased. You don't want to see the truth. But it doesn't matter, because the truth is the truth. Okay? Intelligent people in other governments and foreign governments, intelligent people that have their assets, that have their assets in the region, that are experiencing the shocks, are recognizing exactly what's going on, and they're going to reconsider American hegemony. The damage is done, right? I don't think there is any way to turn this around. It's been said before, but it should be said again. This could be the United States of America's Suez moment. Yeah. I do not see a way out of this that creates face saving for America. I don't see it. The moment that Iran was able to control the Strait of Hormuz and stop oil tankers from passing unless they pay a toll in Chinese yuan was the moment where everything changed, okay? And they have not let up. Yes, the Suez Crisis is considered the moment that the British Empire fell. A devastating blow. I think this is worse than that, because I don't think America has the capability of managing imperial decline in the way that the British Empire was able to do so. The British Empire was able to retreat and basically become a vassal state to the continuation of Western imperialism under the hands of America. This time it's different. It's more devastating than that, because there is no continuing Western imperial force. None. This is going to rip apart Western imperialism. That is what I see in our future. And it will be very bad in the short term, but I think it will be very good for global prosperity in the long term. But it's entirely dependent on what America and Israel do next. Yeah, meanwhile, Trump's approval amongst 18 to 34-year-olds has went down to a net 60, minus 60, 20% approval, 80% disapproval. Told you from the start that all of the low propensity voters who were too young to remember what Trump 1 looked like, who only saw COVID and its impacts as a Biden administration problem, who experienced a shitty jobs market and experienced inflation and thought it was the responsibility of the Democrats entirely, that took another shot in the dark at this figure that was quote unquote anti-establishment. He was able to present himself as anti-establishment to young people who weren't around, who weren't paying attention, too young to recognize what Trump 1 looked like. What did I tell you? I told you, as soon as that change doesn't come, because I saw this with Trump 1 in 2016, I was there when Trump 1 came with a lot of promise. shaking up the system, right? People were like, oh, I want an anti-establishment pick. I want a populist. He's going to shake up the system. He's going to defend my interests. And when that didn't happen, people quickly snapped back to reality. They developed enmity towards Donald Trump. And I said it was going to happen again, especially for young men, right? Especially for young people. Young people who do not remember what Trump 1 used to look like and decided to gamble on Trump, just like people did in 2016. They did that. And I told you that that would snap back when they realized that Trump wasn't going to yield treats at an affordable price point for these guys. In any case, here we are. Iran's president just released a letter to the Americans saying they're being fed lies about this war. And tonight, every U.S. network is clearing their schedule for Trump's 9 p.m. address. The UK Starmer just went on TV and warned of a crisis while Australia's prime minister gave a rare national address telling people to brace for economic pain. All of the Five Eyes nations addressed their countries trying to separate themselves from the war and warn that economic hardship is coming. It's almost as if they know what Trump is about to announce, and they probably do. Five Eyes is, at the end of the day, an intelligence sharing alliance. I worry that these guys are doing the same thing that General Dan Kane tried to do, trying to clear their image ahead of what comes next. If you recall, Dan Kane went to every news outlet before Donald Trump struck Iran alongside Israel to say, if we do this, it will be devastating. If we do this, we will diminish our capabilities. If we do this, we will run out of missiles. We will never be able to take on China ever again. He was right. And the reason why he did that public statement to any news outlet that would cover it was because he wanted to apply pressure to Trump to stop him from doing this thing. But Trump was obviously far too invested in death and destruction, like the moron that he is. And yes, I will be live during the speech. I will be delivering my speech at Stanford while this speech is happening, if it actually starts at 6 p.m. But I will continue my broadcast and continue my commentary after the Stanford speech that I deliver. Okay? Yes, it will be a speech off. It'll be like I'm delivering a response to the Trump State of the Union, because I will be talking about the decline of American empire. Has Iran obliterated the HasanAbi doctrine? Does it need revised? What? No. If Iran had it, this wouldn't have happened. The world would be more stable. The region would be more stable. Iran can continue having its sovereignty. The reality of the matter is, Mearsheimer was totally correct when he said, if Iran had, Israel wouldn't be able to with Iran, America wouldn't be able to with Iran, and that region would be an infinitely more stable region. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. Been injured in a U.S.-Israeli strike on his residence in Tehran, with some accounts alleging his wife was killed. Khazari, a senior advisor to Iran's supreme leader, heads the Strategic Council on Foreign Relations, an influential body that helps shape Tehran's foreign policy direction. He was interviewed by CNN on March 9th, where he rejected claims of Iran's military had been significantly weakened and explained how he envisioned the war playing out. The latest reports remain unverified. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump had been deceiving others and not keeping with his promises.
How does all of this end then? If you say right now there's no room for negotiation, President Trump says he wants complete surrender. What does that lead to?
There's no room unless the economic pressure would be built up to the extent that other countries would intervene to guarantee this termination of aggression of Americans and Israelis against Iran.
Iran has a new supreme leader. What does that mean for your military effort and the confrontation with the United States and Israel?
That means the system is quite functioning.
The United States says it's drastically degraded the Iranian military, the capabilities as far as missiles is concerned.
This was March 9th, by the way, okay? So just remember that. Like, if you want to understand who is correct, you can listen to what he's saying. If you want to understand who had a better assessment of how things were going to go, listen to what the Iranian side is saying versus what the American side was saying on March 9th.
Drones is concerned. How much longer can you do this?
That is one of they have the arms that they need, which are produced in Iran.
So your side is ready for a long war if the United States and Israel choose that. Do you consider this an existential threat to the Islamic Republic?
It is an existential National threat to the Islamic Republic, and therefore we have to stay with full might, as we are doing now.
Finally, what is your message to President Trump as we sit here, as the war is going on?
What is important for us is the end of this game, and we are ready to continue that game.
You mean how this war will end? Is for
the end of the game would be the time that American and Israelis would come to this understanding that this strategy is not working, and they have to stop their aggressions.
Anyway, I'm skipping the Chinese-Pakistani joint initiative. France, Japan, and agree on Iran ceasefire need, Macron says. All of the other global partners are coming out to say, we got to put a stop to this. We got to put an end to this. This is ridiculous. For good reason, because it is ridiculous. Okay, just remember that.
Vous avez évoqué à l'instant le contexte dans lequel intervient cette rencontre et cette visite. Elle est évidemment troublée, marquée par plusieurs guerres, très clairement, qui sont le socle de la relation bilatérale et de notre coopération et que vous venez de rappeler. D'abord et avant tout, nous croyons ensemble au droit international, à l'ordre international qui repose sur la Charte des Nations Unies. Nous croyons aussi aux valeurs démocratiques que nous défendons. C'est ce qui fait que vous venez de le rappeler, nous défendons l'un et l'autre le retour à la paix, au cessez-le-feu, au calme, à la libre circulation à travers le détroit d'Ormuz.
They weren't calling for a ceasefire in Gaza when their economies weren't on the line, cynical fucks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, make no mistake. Animals, all of them. Okay? Yeah, they are cynical, self-interested monsters. Of course. Where was the appetite for a ceasefire when Israel was murdering Palestinian children every single day? I mean, Israel still continues to murder Lebanese children and sometimes Palestinian children as well. There's still no demand for restraint there. Right?
C'est le fait aussi que depuis février 2022, avec constance, le Japon se tient aux côtés des Européens pour rappeler l'importance d'une paix juste et durable et le respect du droit international.
Yeah, and then they did the Kamehame together. How cute. Whatever.
The conflict.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, not our war. Remember the text from Macron to Trump? I don't know what you're doing with Greenland. We can do amazing things with Iran. Yeah. Yeah. All of them indecent, okay? Just remember that. Remember how they celebrated Venezuela. And then Donald Trump turned the crosshairs on Greenland, and they were like, whoa, you're treating us like we're brown. Hold on. Right? Same principle holds. Remember when they were excited at the prospect of dominating Iran, right? Oh, this is going to be great. Going to be great. Not so great, is it? That's why I said we in the Western world, we in the imperial court do need a little bit of humbling. And this is not bad for ordinary citizens living in the imperial core. Maybe there will be some short-term consequences, which will be the impacts will be far softer than what like the global South receives. As always, unfortunately, they have to bear the brunt, no matter what. But if this causes America to retreat from the maintenance of empire, this is objectively a good thing. We need a black eye. We need a bloody nose. It's clear that we will not stand down. And that bloody nose, if it leads to the retreat of empire, will actually force the American government to actually focus on itself a little bit, rather than constantly funneling our productive output into death and destruction, into this war machine. You understand?
In the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation.
That's bullshit.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
By the way, this is greatly improved Keir Starmer, Kid Starmer's approvals in England, by the way, in the UK, because any sort of like, any sort of like aesthetic decoupling from America yields tremendous positive approvals for any fucking middle power any government that's in charge of a middle power. Mark Carney already did this. Is the Mark Carney method, right? And Kid Starver, it looks like he has a spine now. Okay? Now, of course, this once again gives people on our side a unique opportunity to demand far more, because as the permission structure expands, right, there is a larger window of opportunity to make more aggressive demands. Kid Starver comes out and says, oh, this is not our war. Great. Now the Greens can turn around and say, okay, are you going to punish Israel? Are you going to demand accountability from Israel and America? We will. All of a sudden, you can actually move in a more productive manner. The same principle holds for what I was talking about with AOC saying, I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons any longer. No more aid to Israel. No more weapons transfers to Israel because they're violating international law and American laws. When AOC says that, that becomes the new litmus test for every single other progressive hopeful, right? And now we can demand more. Now we can demand BDS, boycotts, divestments, sanctions, okay? Remember that. There's a new floor now. There's a new bare minimum acceptable rhetoric on Israel now. That's how this works. I've seen it in action, right? For years, anytime I called Israel an apartheid state, people will say that's anti-Semitic. 2021 came around, and all of a sudden, every single international human rights organization, including B'Tselem, openly declared Israel an apartheid state. It was far before 2021, but it doesn't matter, right? And when they did that, it no longer was as difficult a conversation to broach. You're saying that their fallback from their old position is our gain? Always. Always. You can expand on what you can say. You can expand on your demands when there is a new bottom, when there is a new minimum acceptable conversation. It's such bullshit that this gives Starmer the optics of having a spine, even though he's still an invertebrate, spineless. Yes, but again, remember, there's opportunity here. Now the Greens can push for more, right? Now the Greens can demand accountability from the British government, demand investigations into the Royal Air Force conduct over Israel's genocide, demand to decouple from Israel, demand to decouple from America for bringing about this energy crisis, demand condemnations, things that Keir Starmer won't do that the British public has great appetite for, if not great need. Okay? That's how you can carve out a space for yourself. That's how you can actually be more impactful. That's why I don't cast aside all of these liberals finally genuflecting to the truth. Matt Iglesias, as soon as AOC came out and said, no defensive and offensive weapons at all, boom, Rahm Emanuel is asked about it. Okay? Rahm Emanuel's asked about it, and he says, yeah, look, nobody else has the Iron Dome. There are a lot of other countries that want it. Now, what you can say about the Iron Dome is that this was jointly developed. So that's something we have to think through. But what I'm saying is you won't get taxpayer support anymore. You're going to pay full price. You don't have special status, right? All of a sudden, Rahm Emanuel is entertaining it, right? Because he wants to run in 2028, and Matt Iglesias is praising it. There are a lot of problems with Rahm 2028, but he's the guy most clearly attempting the Iglesias-endorsed, go left on Israel and moderate on everything else strategy. Matt Iglesias is wrong on all of that, okay? But that's an admission. That's an admission that he was unbelievably wrong on the issue of Israel. He has recognized that he was wrong on Israel, and now he is retreating on the issue of Israel. He's saying, drop it. He's urging candidates that listen to him. He's urging candidates that listen to him to no longer support Israel. Like this unconditional, uncompromising support of Israel is a dead end. Even Matt Iglesias is fucking recognizing that. And there's more. There's so much more. Here, the genre of tweets of liberals in retreat, right? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. Oh, my favorite genre of tweets, one that is more and more common, is liberals and centrists bemoaning the fact that the reality has vindicated leftist critiques. Many of us, liberal Europeans, this is for the other thing. This is another thing that Matt Iglesias had done as well. When Donald Trump was like, I'm taking over Venezuela because I want the oil. And Matt Iglesias was like, oh my God, it sounds like he read Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Like he's he's making like Leninist, he's recognizing Leninist critique of empire. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dude. It's not because Donald Trump is an anti-imperialist and he's just trying to like give the game away. It's because he's fucking vulgar and he's a dumbass and he's just saying the quiet part out loud. That's how it works. Many of us, liberal Europeans, spent decades pushing back against the European extreme left's cartoon version of America. It's all oil, imperialism, getting rich at the expense of others. And then one dumb administration walks in and performs the caricature to perfection. It's not. It was the correct analysis. And you recognize that it was the correct analysis now, and you feel a sense of embarrassment as a professor at London School of Economics for being a fucking liberal. But instead of making a new assessment and saying, you know what, this position, a Marxist critique, an anti-imperialist critique of American empire was totally correct. It was totally vindicated. And instead of going back to the drawing board and reconsidering the decades of effort I put into propping up liberalism and maybe leaning into Marxist critiques, dialectical materialism, historical materialism, I am going to simply say, oh, it's because Trump is playing out this cartoonish version. Well, you've all but considered it, right? It's just verifiably true, right? And we've been saying it for years. It was true all along. It was true when Lenin wrote about it. It was true when America was the top cop, the world police, when we said we're invading Iraq for oil, okay? It was true back then. And liberals, on the other hand, still try to maintain this mirage, this image. They're trying to coat their narratives with the intellectual liberal patina. Liberalism is wrong, okay? It has been dismissed. The events that are unfolding under the helmsmanship of Donald Trump's maximalist empire positions is destroying the argument for liberalism. Is done. One of the biggest implications of this war is how badly Europe miscalculated. There's another, here's another L for liberals. European liberals miscalculated. On Iran, they had a real chance to help make diplomacy succeed. Instead, they aligned with and enabled Trump's worst instincts. Now they face a cascading crisis. Severe economic shock, a fraying NATO, weakened support for Ukraine, and the erosion of the very security architecture they built over decades. Such strategic malpractice by European policy class. It's not even a miscalculation. It's just like they're calcified in their position. They're comfortable being vassals, even if it's like whip them around over and over again. I mean, that was clear with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? When Russia invaded Ukraine, it completely destabilized the European energy markets, right? Europe had to go to the United States of America to get its oil and gas at a much higher price point. They even blew up the pipeline and even eat it. They did a song and dance. They literally celebrated energy independence, but not true energy independence from Russia. Do you guys remember that? The German techno celebration? The German techno celebration where they were like, oh, we're no longer getting gas from Russia. How wonderful. Cuck behavior. Shashank Joshi says, I find this detached from reality. Nothing Europe did or did not do prior to February 28th would have prevented Trump from attacking Iran. In any case, there's at least some evidence that one European country, the UK, did support a deal. This is the long-standing vassalization of Europe. It's not new, okay? It's not just with Iran. And I do understand what that critique is against Sina. I don't know how much impact Europe could have had on just Iran alone. Europe should have had impact on Gaza, right? They didn't do it. They didn't even listen to the demands coming from their base. People were ripping themselves apart, protesting nonstop. What did the European governments do? They stayed the course. They didn't bring Israel to heel. They did not tell America, we're going to reconsider our relationship with you if you continue doing this because it's causing instability domestically. Right? They didn't turn around and say, we have too many, there's overwhelming majorities of the population are saying enough is enough. What do? They criminalized protests instead. They arrested people. So did the Democrats. 3,500 peaceful student protesters were arrested under the Biden administration. Remember that when people talk about Cuba, by the way, state repression in places like Cuba, by the way. Okay? Just remember, Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist organization in the UK. Thousands of pensioners were arrested in the process for holding up a placard that said, "I support Palestine Action." They tried to make it impossible to protest. They shut off these liberal values that they supposedly cared about, right? There were many off-ramps for Europe to decouple. People like myself kept repeatedly saying, if you want to maintain sovereignty as middle powers, you can get together and you can actually tell America, we're going to reconsider our allegiance to you if you don't do something about this, because our people are recognizing that democracy is not real, right? That's a huge problem. So they cast aside even their own sovereignty and their own ambitions of maintaining stability, maintaining confidence amongst their own base of support that like democracy was real. They destroyed all of that because they were vassals. And here we are. Whether Europe could have stopped Trump is almost besides the point. The real question is whether in the months and years leading up to this, they put any meaningful obstacles in the way or invested real political capital in creating viable diplomatic off-ramps. They did neither. This is true. At key moments, they had leverage and used it in ways that fueled escalation rather than de-escalation. Also true. Taken together, part of the story behind the path to this war is one of missed European opportunities, weak follow-through, and, more clearly, clear alignment with escalation. Whether you started the timeline in 2025, 2022, or 2018, there's a consistent pattern with respect of the E3 European role. In just the past few months, the E3 moved in a much more hawkish direction. For example, since January, Macron has signaled alignment with Trump, saying they can do great things on Iran. HasanAbi is in LA calling others vassals. You be a cucked American. Where be Turkey in the genocide? Where be Turkey? Yeah, I'm an American citizen. And I'm trying to do my very best to change the political structure in this country. What are you doing in Europe? You have a lot more opportunity to make changes. It's a much smaller country. It's not the tip of the spear, right? It's not it doesn't even have the driver's seat in empire. You can make a much more convincing argument. The governments are supposed to be much more responsive to your pressure. Ours certainly isn't, and I'm still trying my fucking best. So what are you doing? I mean, why do you think every day people yell at me and say I'm a terrorist, a radical, an Islamist fundamentalist, anti-American, pro-communist, pro all of America's foreign adversaries? They obviously see that this is a threat. They obviously see this movement as a threat, even if it's like chipping away at the established bipartisan uniparty consensus on maintaining American empire. I'm trying to do my best. And I'm eating it on a daily fucking basis as a direct consequence of trying to do my best. And you are too in this community. So why the fuck are you complaining? If you recognize your vassal status, you should do something about it. You have a lot more opportunity to do something about it. Anyway, then there's snapback. The E3 decision last October to move forward was a major escalation. It closed off a fragile diplomatic opening with the International Atomic Energy Agency that helped set the stage for future confrontation. That was not inevitable. It was a choice. Going back to 2022, the same pattern holds. European officials themselves acknowledged that the deal was within reach, and what remained were political decisions in capitals. For sure, there were real pressures, i.e. the Ukrainian invasion, the Mahsa Amini protests, but they did not make diplomacy impossible. They made it harder and required greater political investment to sustain. Instead, Europe drifted towards a more reactive and increasingly hawkish posture. Go back further to 2018, and the bottom line is the same. Every single step of the way, Europe had off-ramps, and they didn't take it. Every single step of the way, Europe had an opportunity to put pressure, and they did not do that. When they had an opportunity to apply pressure, they did not choose to do so because they thought American military might will continue. American imperialism will continue in the ways that it has so far, and there's good reason to try and sustain it. There's good reason to try and step out of the way rather than to bring it, rather than to, force America to retreat at times or force America into a diplomatic stature at times. And it would have been helpful for these European allies, but they didn't do it. New NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Mr. Daddy, guy who called Trump daddy, remember, is coming to Washington next week to meet with Trump. NATO says the visit was long planned, but Rutte's visit comes as Trump considers withdrawing the U.S. from the alliance. Yeah, Merz said, Germany, said Israel was doing the dirty work for us all during the 12-day war. That was a different time, though, if you recall, because Iran was still maintaining strategic restraint. Only a theatrical response to American and Israeli bombing campaigns. It's no longer theatrical. It's real now.
It is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation. Closer security cooperation.
Oh, you mean like a union, like a union of what's the continent that the UK's on? European countries? Is that what you mean? Like I mean, I guess I could shorten it and say like a European Union. Would you say that is perhaps the direction that you're moving in? Because I can't comprehend what you're saying. It almost feels like you're saying that you want to do a union of countries in the European continent. Just how odd.
That recognizes our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. I've got ITV Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Horton from ITV News. President Trump has said this morning that he's considering pulling the US out of NATO. You've just talked about looking at a new long...
I want to know what like the Americucks are saying. Like, do we have like what could someone like a regime dick rider be saying possibly at this moment? Like someone like a Asmongold, like what could he possibly say to defend what's going on? Are they just like reiterating what Trump is saying? So like one day they're saying it's victory, the next day they're saying Europe sucks. Like I do wonder how like people try to propagandize at this moment. In how many hours is Trump's speech? It's at 6 p.m. It's at 6 p.m.
With the EU, including on security, is this an acknowledgement that Britain's long-term security relationship with the United States is about to change?
Well, let me say a number of things in response to that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe. That's why we had the summit last year. This year, as I've just announced, there'll be a further summit. We will make good on the commitments that we put in place last year, but we will also go further in relation to the alignment. Thank you very much. Joe.
Prime Minister, President Trump said yesterday that he wouldn't come to the aid of the UK anymore in his Truth Social post. How seriously do you take that threat from our main ally?
Well, it's very important that we're clear. There's been a good deal of pressure on me to change my position in relation to joining the war, and I'm not going to changed my position on the war. So whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, I'm the British Prime Minister and I have to act in our national interests. I should say that on defence and security and intelligence, we're obviously working closely with the US, as we always do. And in relation to the planning on the Strait of Hormuz, of course, that involves talking to the Americans as well. So, as I say, whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, my job is, as British Prime Minister, to concentrate on what's in the British national interest. That's what's guided me through this conflict so far. It will continue to guide me as we go forward. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
My fellow Australians, by nature, we're an optimistic country, but I understand that right now it's hard to be positive. The war in the Middle East has caused the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history. Australia is not an active participant in this war, but all Australians are paying higher prices because of it. I know that you're seeing this at the servo and at the supermarket, and I understand farmers and truckies, small businesses and families are doing it tough. And the reality is, the economic shocks caused by this war will be with us for months. Tonight I want to speak directly with you about what the government is doing to shield Australia in these uncertain times, and also what all of us can do to help our country and help each other in the period ahead. On Monday, National Cabinet adopted the National Fuel Security Plan. Leaders from both sides of politics, from right around the country, working together to keep Australia moving, making sure that we are prepared so that if the global situation gets worse and our fuel supplies are seriously disrupted over the long term, we can coordinate the next steps together. Today, we cut the fuel excise in half, cutting the tax on every litre of petrol by 26 cents. Those savings have started showing up at your petrol station. For our truckies, we have cut the heavy vehicle road user charge.
You can't be a serious company and fucking call a serious company, sorry. You can't be a serious country and say things like truckies for the trides and the truckies, mate. Fucking hell. For the truckies, yeah. Lefties losing it. His fucking elbow. His elbow. Mate, for the truckies out there, right? For the fucking truckies out there, right? We're doing our very best, yeah? New York Times, Trump lied about serious negotiations. New York Times reports multiple U.S. intelligence agencies have insisted in recent days that the Iranian government is not currently willing to engage in serious and substantial negotiations to end the ongoing war against Israel and the United States. Assessments indicate that the Iranian government believes it is in a strong position in the war and does not have to accede to American diplomatic demands. And while Iran is willing to keep channels open, it does not trust the United States or President Trump. U.S. officials have told the New York Times. Fucking hell. Please speak like this in Stanford. Right. Or no, the dollary dues are perishing. A dingo ate my baby. I'm fucking Albanese. I'm fucking Albanese. And I'm here to tell you, the dollary dues are on fire. Many people for the last couple of weeks have been calling me a shit cunt. And I have only this to say. Fuck you. Is a dingo eating your baby? No. No.
To zero. Both these measures will be in place for the next 3 months. We are working to bring the price of fuel down, to make more fuel here and to keep it on shore and get more fuel here, using our strong trading relationships with our region to bring more petrol, diesel and fertiliser to Australia. Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up.
That's so funny. Oh my God. That is something you never want to hear from leadership is, you know, enjoy your time, but also maybe take a shorter shower. Maybe don't fill up all the way. Like, that's a fucking full system panic moment. That's a red alarm, dude. That is absolutely going to cause people to be like, okay, what the fuck? Oh my God, we're so cooked. We're so cooked.
You normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or
Don't
tram
use the fucking fuel.
Work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country. The months ahead may not be easy. I want to be upfront about that. No government can promise to eliminate the pressures that this war is causing. I can promise we will do everything we can to protect Australia from the worst of it. These are uncertain times, but I'm absolutely certain of this. We will deal with these global challenges the Australian way.
I think a lot of vassal states, if they had any responsibility to their own people, if they had any capabilities of seeing the situation honestly, if they had any decency whatsoever, would be on their fucking hands and knees thanking China every day that they are not invested in punishing those who have been loyal servants of empire in the way that like America has punished any being a part of its security umbrella for maintaining sovereignty while existing in the periphery. Could you imagine a world if like China behaved in the way that America did? You should thank your lucky fucking stars that these guys on the opposing side are actively invested in maintaining stability, you know? Because if they wanted to dominate, they could. You militarized because you claimed that they wanted to behave like America. You thought for years and years that the only thing holding them back from behaving like America, doing to you what you have done to them, or what you have played a role in doing to them, because you thought you had the mightiest weapons. It turns out you don't, and yet no one is doing to you what you have participated in doing to others. Think about that. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of bogans in Australia that fucking constantly complain about China. And the only reason why the Australian economy has actually thrived in spite of everything else, as opposed to the rest of the liberal capitalist Western world, is because it's basically pegged to the fucking Chinese yuan, right? Like, the Australian economy is entirely reliant on the Chinese economy. All of the extraction that takes place, where do those materials go? They go to China. And yet, these people still have the audacity to be like, fuck China, fuck China, fuck China. China's taking over. Mate, China's fucking taking over the country, mate. Fucking hell. Don't recognize this beautiful city. Right? You owe everything to China. Everything. Have you said thank you?
Working together and looking after each other, as we always have. Thank you and good evening.
Hundreds of millions of Africans.
You called this all, like you said, what that was needed was courage. Ro Khanna appears to have followed AOC's lead and said he will not support U.S. funding for Israel's Iron Dome. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Congressman. The Iron Dome is important to save lives. Israel should be able to buy it on their own with a 45 defense billion budget. Israel is a first world country and it can pay for the defensive systems it needs. Yeah, these guys want to like still sell Israel Iron Dome weapons. I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to give Israel any weapons at all. Like, I just want people to understand, like, where I stand on this is not like, oh, Israel gets to pay for its own weapons. It's fucking ridiculous that they weren't already. And this will be confusing for a lot of people. They'll be like, wait, what? We were giving Israel these weapons? What the fuck are you talking about? No, we should just not give them anything. Now that the conversation has shifted on defensive, offensive weapons, like, I'm here to tell you what my position is. We should restrict trade with Israel. We should not give them any weapons at all, even if they want to pay for it. We should boycott Israel. We should divest from Israel. We should sanction Israel until Israel is a singular, secular, solitary state that offers equal rights and representation and reparations to all the Palestinians it's dominated and destroyed the lives of, and a state that actually allows a right to return for all the Palestinians. That's my assessment. That's what I believe in. That's what I want to advocate for, and that's what I will continue to advocate for. In any case, you know, so step in the right direction. Hasan is an Australian. It's unbelievable how much Chinese scare propaganda you will see on TV here. It's not the people, it's the Murdoch press. I know, but it works. And it's so funny because like the everything that the Australian economy has been able to do is because of China. Like everything. All the while, they've just like hardened their military industry. You know, they're fucking a part of Five Eyes. They have a CIA surveillance base smack dab in the middle of the goddamn country. It's like, it's so funny. Like the way that Australia has existed, the way that it's moved as a pivotal part of the Western imperial tentacles, right? Like they've been a loyal servant to the West. Nuclear submarines, right? Like all this shit that they're doing, and yet their entire economy is reliant on China. It's so funny. China is our biggest supplier of jet fuel as well as our biggest trading partner, accounting for over a quarter of our entire international trade. And this is the country our media and political class routinely fantasize about going to war with on behalf of America. Yeah. China has cut Australia off for jet A1 fuel, kerosene. All of next month's shipments have been canceled. Normally, 12-month. There's one ship inbound. That's it. China is Australia's largest jet fuel supplier. This is what I mean. Like, will your speech be streamed? I'm tired of spamming, boss. I need to know. Dog, I've literally said approximately 754,000 times that yes, my speech will be streamed. Yes, not only will my speech be streamed, but I will also come back here to do analysis on Donald Trump's State of the Union afterwards. Okay? Yes, it's on. I always stream my speeches. And not only do I always stream my speeches, I also literally have put it in the fucking title. It's in the title chatter. Oh my God. Learn how to read. Yeah. Albo be like, pilots should only fill half tanks. Right? If you're a fucking pilot, land to preserve the jet fuel, right? We're going to have some fucking major shortages, mate. Just fill up half the tank. Fucking hell. R&R. Flaw half the time. Notice Emmanuel's focused on the price here, on how much it would cost Israel to buy weapons from the U.S. International law, majorities of Americans are concerned with whether U.S. weapons could go to Israel at all. Yeah. No more fuel, jet fuel. Please glide the rest of the way. How hard could it be? You're just fucking gliding. Mate. Just glide a bit. Just keep fucking gliding. Ay. This isn't just something lily-livered liberal lawyers invented in the 1990s. As Philippe Lemoyne notes, even Genghis Khan understood that shooting the messenger equals bad news. It seems we just bombed some residential buildings in an attempt to kill a former diplomat who was trying to facilitate negotiations, a civilian trying to end hostilities, surrounded by other civilians in their homes. We are completely lost. This is what we're talking about with the previous Iranian foreign minister, Kamal Karazi. We don't know if he's alive or dead, and I think the initial report said that his wife might have been murdered in the process. And this was someone who was trying to facilitate a deal. I suspect this is Israeli targeting, for the record. They are. They're so fucking stupid. I mean, they need to be punished, dude. They need to. It's not even like a moral thing. Like, they need to be restrained. And the only country that is capable of doing that, other than Iran, is the United States of America. Like, the most effective, least bloody way of restraining Israel is if America fucking leans in and says, enough, okay? Jesus Christ. Put the leash back on your fucking dog, man. Holy shit. All the while, in Israeli domestic affairs, while, like, Jewish Insider is fucking complaining about John Ossoff say something about Hassan Piker or whatever. What is Israel doing in this domestic affairs? They just passed an execution bill, as we covered the other day, right? They passed an execution bill that only is for Palestinians, okay? They, like, since Nazi Germany, there's never been a ethnically, like a execution bill or a separate system of punishments just for one ethnic minority. Like, they're a race-based execution law. I guess like apartheid South Africa as well. Remember, they have 4,000 Palestinians held hostage in their concentration camps right now under military detention. So they're not even getting a civil trial. And Ben-Gvir is posting videos from the fucking execution chamber where he will exterminate thousands of Palestinian hostages. Imagine if Hitler broadcast videos of his gas chambers of vote like this.
אני מת להוציא מחבלים להורג. עונש מוות למחבלים.
And then people go, oh, Itamar Ben-Gvir is not reflective of Israeli society. Yes, it is. Okay? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Okay? 100%. Ethno-exclusivity law is the word you're searching for. Last implemented in South Africa. Yeah. PBS, call us out. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Yes. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you would like to support the stream and you're saying, oh my God, I really appreciate your commentary. It's actually really smart. And you're thinking to yourself, how can I support the Piker Broadcasting Service? Well, it's pretty simple. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime or for $6 a month with a regular subscription. You can also gift subs if you choose to do that. That's also wonderful. The most effective way to sponsor and support the show, Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, for you the people, by you the people. Thank you. With a subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you will be able to take advantage of the wonderful emotes that you can use all around the website. You can also rewind on your desktop, and you can also send me links. There's no assurance that I will click on your links, especially if they're dog shit consistently, but you can send me those links for me to take a look at nonetheless. Dude, what? Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Dude, what? Who are you supporting in the World Cup? What do you mean, Turkey? What kind of question? Always got to go with the underdog, dude. Turkey made it to the finals in Kosovo yesterday. Closed presents. Mr. F, thank you for the 10 gifted. Closed presents. Thank you for the 50 bones. And Iskawara Kawara. Thank you for the 5 gifted. BD reacted to the Jake Tapper interview. Fluffy Professor Jihad. Bro, if you keep going like this, you'll end up shooting yourself in the back one day. Why has Hasan been talking so much about politics since last year? Wouldn't it be better to just focus on being a gaming streamer, or does he want to go into politics? He's been talking about politics for over a decade. Hasan is a commentary streamer, occasionally plays games. Wow, really? Yesterday, I was asking the comments about what happened with Hasan and anti-Semitism. Now it's on CNN. Watch CNN bashing him during the stream. Appeared on CNN show after ending the stream, just a few hours apart. Doesn't make sense. Just saw Global Times saying the U.S. wants news media and influencers to promote a positive image of America abroad. Is it because of this? But the Cuba issue was caused by the U.S. First, economic sanctions and arresting Nicolas Maduro, leading to the Cuba's oil supply being cut off. Chinese netizens are always on top, by the way. They're so good. How have your numbers been since the attempted media hit job? Pretty good. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. And John Iden, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I mean, my numbers have not changed at all. I think maybe a little bit higher on the concurrent viewership. My subscription count has gone down quite a bit, but that wasn't before. That was way before the last smear job, and I think that's just like consistent across the board with the rest of the platform. There is like an economic downturn that people are obviously going through. So my sub count has diminished. You don't run ads also, yeah, I keep forgetting to ask for subs too. That's probably another part of the reason. Okay. But yeah, I guess I'm number 4 on the Twitch tracker. I don't even know who the fuck this is. Christian and Amber? Who the fuck are these people? Yeah. Jinxie at 101,000 with number 1. Queso at number 2 at 71,000 subs. I think I was at number 3 and now I'm not. I don't know who this person is. They cooked me. I have noticed that ever since the Iran war started, my subscription count went down. I think the Qatari Oilers have been under attack. Like, low key, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe that I had Qatari Oilers. I thought it was just a joke, but they have been noticeably absent since Iran started launching missiles at Qatar. Yeah. Gazillionaire cries about subs. Wait, what? No, someone asked me about the fucking metrics, and I'm just being radically transparent. The fuck's wrong with you? I'm not crying about it. I don't give a shit. Everything's fine.
Africans have been forced to adapt to higher fuel costs in the past month because of what's happening here.
Bro, I can't even make jokes and shit. It's crazy. Like, someone will get mad regardless.
From South Africa to Egypt, fuel costs across the continent have jumped. The steepest rise of around 65% is in Nigeria, one of Africa's leading oil producers. Oil prices here are deregulated, which means they're determined by market forces and not the government. Also, the country imports refined fuel products because of its limited domestic refining capacity. Now, governments are announcing energy-saving measures. In Zimbabwe, they are increasing the amount of ethanol in petrol from 5 to 20%. Others, like South Africa, are reducing taxes on fuel. Now, in Ethiopia, this is what we are seeing. People waiting for hours to fill up. Now, the country imports all its fuel from the Gulf and has begun rationing petrol as shortages hit supplies, and diesel supply has nearly halved. The island nation of Mauritius, again highly dependent on oil imports, is low on supply. A shipment expected in March has failed to arrive. The government has announced energy-saving measures with stocks just for about 15 to 20 days left. Now, the access to fertilizer, essential in food production, has also been badly affected. Now, the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz has halted 1/3 of global fertilizer trade. Now, it's pushing up prices and it's threatening agricultural yields in Kenya and Tanzania. And finally, with Yemen's Ansarullah Houthi group opening another front in the conflict, there are fears about what might play out here if the Bab al-Mandeb Strait could be blocked. That's the only point of contact to the Red Sea, to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. Now, if this route is disrupted, ships will have to travel around South Africa.
Global food crisis in 4 to 5 months due to fertilizer disruptions? Potentially. Obviously, America will receive a softened impact in the form of like inflation. It will be a significant crisis, most likely, but that will be nothing, in my opinion, in comparison. That will be nothing in comparison to what, like, the third world will experience. Maybe famines. Real question, do you think Trump will fail Economics 101? Yes. POTUS on Iran. We've already had some very good allies over there.
Sort of pretty much winding that up. Have to take a few more hits. We want to.
Bro, he keeps saying we're winding that up. Or we're winding that down is what he means, right? I swear J.D. Pondam wants to start a cultural revolution in the United States. Virgin nuanced economists. Stop focusing on the welfare state. The American economy is so robust, war doesn't affect that. Chad Hawk president. You can't see a doctor because Israel needs more bombs. Wait, what?
Make sure we don't ever allow them to have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it. And
it's so funny that this is just like straight up a lie, and they didn't even achieve the lie goals that they set up for themselves. It's unbelievable, dude. Like, there is nothing. What is that fucking golden eagle? What is happening? Oh my God, we are so goddamn Turkified, dude.
You see how serious they were with the conventional ballistic missiles. They have thousands of them. We've blown most of them up. You notice every week it gets a little less at us and at our allies. We've had some very good allies over there. We've had some very bad allies in NATO. I hope you're all watching that, Scott, because we had some asks. And, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. And when we need them, which we never do, we didn't need them here either. To be honest, I was really asking because I wanted to see what they do. We didn't need them. We blasted the hell out of them, out of Iran. And the last thing I needed was NATO stepping in our way, because they're a paper tiger.
They're a paper tiger. Dog, you're NATO. NATO is an expression of American military dominance. Okay? When you say NATO is a paper tiger, you think that sounds like you're just shitting on Europe, right? But you're not. when you say NATO is a paper tiger, everyone understands you're saying America is a paper tiger. The only person who doesn't understand that is Donald Trump himself and all the fucking dumbass Americans in general. Obviously, they're delusional.
Because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too.
Yeah, we're too big. We're doing too much war. I love that he's just like taking ownership over long-standing arguments that people like myself, people like ourselves in the leftist community have like advanced, and just saying, it's great, it's awesome, actually. Yeah, that's right. We're doing too much war. We can't take care of our children. Isn't that wonderful?
They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing: military protection.
That's awesome. Oh my God. He literally is saying he took my cribbing of the Eisenhower speech, the famous Eisenhower speech that I always steal from. Whenever I say every dollar spent on a bomb could have been spent on, a school, right? It's like stolen from you. It's stolen from your productive output. It's taken away from you. There's an opportunity cost to it all. That is the Eisenhower speech. I say it all the time because it's like, pretty easy to understand. Meanwhile, this dumb fuck is basically saying that, but also is like a pro military industrial complex position. Who the fuck is that for? It seems the White House may have uploaded that video unintentionally. It's now been made private, but I downloaded it, so here's the full White House feed of the Easter lunch earlier today. Trump does sound a bit more candid here than he does in front of reporters. That's the reason why he's saying all this dumb shit?
I'd say we'd love to have some help. Oh, President, I'm not sure that we can. Oh, that's okay. You don't want to do it? Oh, that's okay. You don't have to do it. So he gets off, probably says, man, that was easier than I thought. Then I call up France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly.
Might not be a wife. Who knows? Who knows? Brigitte, I don't know.
And he's still recovering from the right to the jaw. And I say, Emmanuel, we'd love to have some help in the Gulf, even though we're setting records and knocking out bad people and knocking out ballistic missiles. We'd love to have some help. If you could you please send ships immediately? No. We cannot do that, Donald. We can do that after the war is won. I said, no, I don't need after the war is won, Emmanuel. Many of them said, we'll be there after the war is completed. And so I learned about NATO. NATO won't be there if we ever have the big one. You know what I mean by the big one. We ever have the big one, hopefully we won't. Relationships very good with the big one, better than with NATO. But they won't be there. And we spend billions, We didn't have to go into Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away across the ocean. We helped them.
Bro, he's still butthurt about he's still butthurt about having to do anything about Ukraine that goes against Vladimir Putin. I mean, I guess that's understandable, right? It's kind of understandable. Because it's like, I get why you'd be butthurt. You were delivered a failing situation. And you have to go up against your bestie. That's one thing. But like, I genuinely do think that it's partially a consequence of the fact that like this is a lost cause. Like America genuinely doesn't hold the cards here any longer, right? You can funnel as many weapons as you want into Ukraine. At the end of the day, if they're running out of manpower, they're running out of manpower. It's very difficult to push Russia back from its hardened positions now, right?
We had a president who's a stupid individual. Gave them $350 billion, got nothing for it. Gave them so much money, used so much ammunition. We're making ammunition all over the place because
the fuck is going on?
We need it because he gave so much away to Ukraine. Got nothing for it. And I sell them ammunition. You know, the European Union pays for it. What the hell? They have to do something, right? So they're good for paying for it. But everything we sold, we did. But I just want to tell you, NATO treated us very badly, and you have to remember it, because they'll be treating us badly again if we ever need them, and hopefully we're never going to need them. I don't think we will need them. I don't think they can do very much. I actually asked UK, who should be our best. In fact, the King is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy, King Charles, but should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken-down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the Prime Minister. You don't have... No. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started. Next week, it's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. My prediction, it turns out. By the way, do we have the greatest military ever? Huh? We have the greatest.
Yeah, definitely. It's been so good. Thank you, Mr. President. JD Vance, he called out JD Vance fat. Right. Oh my God. I think it's really funny that JD Vance was very insecure about his looks after Clavicular said that he was fat and gay, and that Gavin Newsom was like way hotter than he is, and that Gavin Newsom mocks JD, and that they're all voting for Gavin Newsom. Like the fact that an adult man heard that and it actually hurt his feelings so much that he had to like take action is crazy. Oh yeah, he didn't just say he's fat and gay. He called him subhuman.
The White House, including Vice President J.D. Vance. I think J.D. is J.D. here? Where is J.D.?
Is J.D. here? Is J.D. here? J.D.
He's lost weight. He got a little thinner, and I'm looking for a heavy set gentleman, and now I find a perfect looking specimen.
Oh my God. All right. Do we have the do we also have the Artemis launch? Oh wait, the NASA Artemis launch is like right here. It's on fucking
and
Twitch.
KU has reported today of good luck.
All right, we're going back to the moon, everybody. It's not impressive. I've done it before.
OSC, then
but we're going back to the moon. We're gonna go check it out, see what's up there.
Right, LP, you concur with that? Yes, and launch director.
And it's T-minus 10 minutes to launch.
Right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete.
They're holding it 10 minutes at the moment?
Pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else.
It's so funny when chatters are like, dude, you have to watch this, and like, it's not even happening yet.
I would like one last check.
Not impressive. It's not impressive. I've been there before. We've been there before. Many people are saying going again is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, OTC, this is CBSC, that 400...
You've been watching that.
What's impressive is, will Iran be able to go to the moon? I think not. I've done it. I'm going to the moon. Once again, they told me it's unbelievable. No one can do it again. I said, I've done it before. My uncle is a professor of rockets at MIT. Many people, including my uncle, said I could be an astronaut. And he knew rockets like Rocket Man.
And it's been amazing. Our military is so amazing. I rebuilt the military my first term. I didn't know I'd use it so much, because then you also...
Oh, an admission. Mr. Peace President, by the way. I rebuilt our military in my first term. I didn't know I'd be using it so much.
Venezuela,
no shit,
which
dude.
they say was one of the most lethal, incredible attacks in the history of military, period, not just our military. It was a strong country, strong military. If you've ever been to Venezuela, they have soldiers all over. Everybody has a soldier's uniform on. They have tough soldiers. But it was all done in 45 minutes. The entire war was won in 45 minutes. We set a record. That's like a fighter gets knocked out in the first 3 seconds. And now we're working with Venezuela, and we've taken in many times the cost of the attack, many times. And we're working with them. It's like a joint venture. And we have tremendous amounts of oil. And we could do that with Iran very easily. We could just take their oil. But, I'm not sure that the people in our country have the patience to do that, which is unfortunate. They want to see it end. if we stayed there, I'd prefer just to take the oil. We could do it so easily. I would, the country sort of say, just win. You're winning so big, just win, come home. And I'm okay with that too, because we have a lot of oil between Venezuela and our oil. We're controlling now 59% of the oil in the world. And the problem that we have is we really don't need any more oil. It'd be nice to take it, but we don't need it. And we say to Europe and all these countries that do, China gets 90% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And
Chat is not going on. What do you want? They're still holding.
On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Oh, shit.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your visors and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8,
Is
9.
this marketing for the Mario Galaxy movie? Yeah.
CVSE NTD, start and verify
Trump
recording.
apparently said we're going beyond the stars. He doesn't know how space works.
Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR. They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Yeah. It's not
crew,
impressive.
close the
Katy
lock
Perry
finders.
did it first. Katy Perry, she's a real beauty. She's a real astronaut. Alongside Katy Perry, we sent Jeff Bezos.
You heard an
sent
issue,
Katy Perry
worked
up
in
there,
real time
said,
with telemetry
"You're gonna
lock
like
on the
it.
Orion.
You're going to
It was
stay up
transitory.
there." That's what he
It's very
said.
short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
Is this April Fool's? Yeah. I mean, it is pretty impressive that we're just like launching a rocket to the moon. It's crazy because like I have a rocket scientist for a
ECL
brother,
time
and I
estimate?
wasn't even like aware that this
About a
was
minute.
happening.
Copy.
It ain't even T-minus 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if that's stuck or not, or if they actually hit the 10 minutes countdown in a minute, in a second.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
Imagine if Donald Trump
TLS copy.
says the first moon landing was fake, just so he can take
TLS
ownership
mainline
over
has been
the
initiated.
only moon landing that has
10 minutes
happened
incoming.
under his watch. It was fake, folks. Believe
And
it.
that
It was
begins
fake the
terminal
first
count.
time.
Our
I
new
know. I'm the
T0
president.
is
They told me. They
6:35
leaked me the
p.m.
secrets.
Eastern time.
It was fake. It's
6:35
real now,
p.m.
but
Eastern
it was
time.
fake last
We
time.
are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
I didn't want to say it, but we never
From now
made
on,
it
you're
to
going
the
to hear
moon.
two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally,
Oh, this isn't a
NASA
landing
Test
mission.
Director
Okay,
Jeff
that makes
Spalding,
sense.
who's
That's why it's not
directly
as impressive.
managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown.
Still very impressive, just not as impressive as landing. Believe it, folks.
A lot of people ask
We're
about whether
landing,
there's a
and we're
launch
landing
button. There
good. I'm
certainly
gonna
is not.
make them land. I'm gonna make them land.
3512. Houston flight copies. 223512.
I told him, get up there, take a look, see if it's
There you heard
cheese.
confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35
What's it
and
made
12
out of?
seconds p.m.
Unbelievable.
Eastern time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern time.
Joe Biden
But
would
as I
have
was
never
saying,
been able
there's
to
no
land.
launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. Arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system, and they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
I'm standing up while I'm watching, like I'm at the, I'm at the mission station. I'm in the command center. Trump on the launch. He had a take on it. Tonight at 6:24 p.m. EST, for the first time ever in over 50 years, America is going
Whether
back
it's
to the
90%
moon.
go,
Artemis
range is
II,
go.
among the most powerful rockets ever built, is launching our
systems
brave
are go.
astronauts farther into deep space than any human has ever gone. We are winning in
GLS is
space,
go
on
for core
Earth,
stage 10
and everywhere
pressurization.
in between, economically, militarily, and now
that
beyond
means
the
the replenish
stars.
valve for the
Nobody
liquid
comes
hydrogen
close.
tank has now closed.
America doesn't
and
just
that tank is
compete,
beginning
we
to
dominate.
pressurize to
And the
flight
whole
levels
world is
because
watching.
that
God
hydrogen is
bless our
naturally boiling
incredible
inside the
astronauts.
tank.
God bless NASA. And God bless the greatest nation to ever exist.
We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count.
It's just, he makes everything, he makes patriotism feel even,
Now
like I feel
The
indecent
Artemis II
celebrating
crew could
American
use the launch
accomplishments
abort
when he's
system to pull Orion
celebrating
safely off the top
alongside
of the rocket in an emergency.
us.
Let's
You
listen
know?
in for that call.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to say this is
GLS
fire,
verifies
this is
last
dope, this is
capability
cool,
available.
but like when Trump is like writing like that, I'm like, ugh, gross. We're dominating militarily. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, dumbass?
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
Oh, my food is here. Holy.
TS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving.
Stop the count. Thank God I didn't miss it while I was getting my food.
Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
These are not jalapeno poppers, they're shishito.
Internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
Murat did not play a role in this
Go
one.
for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
As far as I know.
NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
That's so sick.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of
spite of
Integrity
our
on the Artemis II mission around the
genuine stupidity and cruelty, rank cruelty, there is still some
Integrity, AMT high.
Some hope
on time
for a better fucking future, dude.
Integrity passes the alternate MECO target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core state.
Thank God for our
Integrity,
scientists.
3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
The best of humanity.
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
How the fuck is this hope? What does this do? What do you mean? It's a scientific achievement, Chad.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic.
This is the one area where I don't
90
see
seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity
I do not
is
see this
14
as a
miles in
waste.
altitude, 8 miles downrange.
You guys didn't know that about me. I'm not one of the guys who's like, why are we putting a man on the moon? That's a waste. I don't believe that. This is where all
1
of
minute
our
50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity 49,000 miles per hour.
Looks so fake. Yeah, it's not real. It's AI, bro.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Yeah, just be excited that this money didn't go to Israel, okay?
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Better internet than you have in LA? True.
Integrity, 3-engine press.
3-engine press.
It is
on
crazy.
time now, passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Can they FaceTime? Yeah.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Flat Earthers cooked.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
R.I.P. USSR, you would have loved Marat. I don't know about that.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Can you say why you're not on the rocket? Anti-Semitism. I got canceled. They asked me to do it.
Integrity and nominal MECO core stage separated.
And we set it up, and I was going to do it, and then they pulled out last second.
We see the same on board, Stan.
8 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
What's the cost of this? Like a couple $1 billion? This entire project, chat?
That's Stan numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected
billion?
Prior to
so the 2 days of the
ignition.
Iran war, give or take.
That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Nice. Chat. To do Israel's bidding is a reward in and of itself. Okay? Those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed.
Integrity, good Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good Neds.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fucked up. These guys are going to space further than any man has ever been. Instead of, I don't know, continuing the war against Iran for 4 more days.
BWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
Pretty anti-Semitic of them.
That's Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission
elapsed
elapsed
the Iron
time.
Dome, you know?
Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight that is Ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft.
They're
Passing 12
100.
minutes
They're
of
200
mission
miles
elapsed
away
time.
from
Again, the
Earth.
perigee raise
They're
maneuver that's targeted near
241,000
50
miles away
minutes
from
of
the
mission
moon.
elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Bro said, dude, this trip takes 4 to 5 days. I thought it would be a couple hours. To go to the moon?
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to
You thought it
continue
would
to
take-
follow the crew of the Artemis II mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent.
To go to the
Artemis
moon.
II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth.
Bro be
before
like,
engines
it's
are
right
fired
there.
to get us
I see it every night. It ain't impressive.
cabs on integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to
Dude,
send
it is
back
very
to you,
far away.
Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear
As you
how
can see
the
from here,
launch
it is
experience was
approximately
over on the Space
at
Coast.
from where the
People are just joining us. Welcome back.
where
to
the
Space
shuttle
Coast,
is
where we
is
just saw Artemis
250,000 miles away almost. Like 240,000 miles
What
away.
an amazing launch and an emotional one too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes. I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. We've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How does that make you feel as someone who, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. Man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. They are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything, but so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar
This is
years.
hell, bro.
Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are like, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, and it kind of surprised me as well. But it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, crosstie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through Ascent of the Artemis II mission today.
Look at these freaking nerds.
Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering
He
tail
didn't
to
say
sun.
Iranian. I think he said Orion.
It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And read no action. We're looking at it.
Bro, that is a shit ton of monitors, bro. They got me beat.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying
These guys are the real
what-
streamers. You know what I mean? Shut up. This is what your setup looked like in Cuba. Yeah. This was my setup in Cuba. That's why I was actually stealing all the energy from the orphanage down the street. Like that's why the orphanage did not have any energy whatsoever. Domino's tracker. Yeah. I was like, no energy for you, baby. Sorry. Have you done communist propaganda for the communist government? And the baby was like, wah. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. You're a counter-revolutionary, baby. Give me all the energy. And the babies were crying. They're like, we're orphans. We're orphans. We're orphaned by the communist government. And I was like, yeah, your parents were also counter-revolutionaries. This is what happens. And then I ate all the babies' food. Yeah. That's what happened, you know? And that's what communism is about, really, pretty much. Is this a true story? Yeah. No, the babies were dissidents, and we had to do political repression, communist style. You know? New York Times report that Trump is considering axing Pam Bondi. Oh. Nice. Okay. The ship is sinking. Okay. Nice. Jake Tapper's going to report on this. Oh, me eating the food of the orphaned children in Cuba. Speaking of which, by the way, Trump on what he'll say tonight. Trump says tonight I'm going to make a little speech at 9 o'clock. Basically, I'm going to tell everyone how great I am.
Speech at 9 o'clock. And basically, I'm going to tell everybody how I'm making a little speech.
That's what he does every time, dude. That's all of his speeches. The rocket blew up. Wait, shut the up. Are you April Foolsing me right now? Shut up. Shut up. Don't even.
With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to AT.
You guys are not funny, dude. They'll just clip that you ate all the babies. That's right. I did. I said I'm hungry. It's to eat. Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump doing the Easter dinner thing. Trump muses about being a king, apparently, which is pretty cool. Let's take a look.
They call me king now. Do you believe it? No king. I'm such a king, I can't get a ballroom approved. It's pretty amazing, right? I'm a king. If I was a king, we'd be doing a lot more. I'm doing a lot, but I could be doing a lot more if I was a king.
He's still hella mad, huh? Do you know about the Stanford D School? No. He's still hella mad about the ballroom situation, it seems. I've been doing a lot more.
Because
I like that in his mind he's doing a little bit. Bro said to sue Drewski. What a puss. Wait, what? No, he didn't. Aliens just boarded the ship. The control for the transit phase are way tighter than takeoff and reentry. I don't know what I was going to say about Jake Tapper. All right, let's keep going.
They should be policing.
I have to change real quick to my
we shouldn't
outfit
be
for the
policing
night.
it for him. We have been for
The
years.
outfit that I will be wearing tonight is the Zhongshan suit. That's right. You've met me at a very Chinese time in my life.
And we're getting ready to get out of there. But they should, all the damages. We have done such a job that they're really a very weak country. They've gone from the bully of the Middle East to essentially a weak country. And I say, you guys, why should we? The problem with the Strait is they can have one there with a machine gun someplace, and they'll say, oh, it's not totally clean, So let them do it. Let France do it. They get a lot of oil from the Strait. Let the European countries do it. let South Korea, who was not helpful to us, by the way, let South Korea, you know, we only have 45,000 soldiers in harm's way over there right next to at force. Let South Korea do it. Let Japan do it. They get 90% of their oil from the Strait. Let China do it. Let them all do it. What the hell are we doing it for? All I want to do is make sure they don't ever have it. And the other thing, this was not part of what I wanted to do, but we've done it, I guess, through sheer force of personality. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible. They said, what do you mean you have regime change? My friend, great show. I love this guy. He's so nice to me. Every time I watch, and I appreciate. You know, we're not supposed to be seduced that way, right? But I am. When somebody's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them. So I appreciate it. But, you know, I mean, I want to see, but we also won regime change. I said, I spoke with the...
Amazing. What an admission. Oh my God, he's such a loser. And he just straight up said it.
I spoke with the Washington Post, another beauty that's going down the tubes. But the Washington Post said, what do you mean you have regime change? You didn't have regime change. I said, no. We took out the first regime, 100%. That was Khomeini. And then I said, they all met 88 people, and they were going to pick a new regime. And as they were voting, we took them out, so that was number 2. And now we're dealing with the third group of people, and they're much different. Actually, they're much less radical, and it's a new regime. And they said, we never thought of it that way. We have regime change. We got it by accident. We actually got it by accident, because I never liked the idea of, the regime change thing is too complex to put it down on a wish list, because if you don't make it with me, if I don't make it, I end up ahead. He didn't get so I never say I wanted it. So I never talked about regime change, but we got it. But we've done an amazing thing over there, and tonight I'm making a little speech at 9 o'clock, and basically I'm going to tell everybody how great I am. What a great job I've done. What a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job I've done. But seriously, if you didn't have me, if you had some different type of a president, you wouldn't have Israel. I know you're big Israel fans. Frankly, evangelicals and Christians, I think they like Israel more than Jewish people like Israel, if you want to know the truth. It's really true. I get so many coming up, and I don't know when that started. It did start not thousands of years ago, I can tell you. It started. But the love for Israel is great. You wouldn't have Israel, and you wouldn't have the Middle East either. You would not have, you would have had it. It started by taking out Soleimani. Then I terminated the Iran deal that was given to us by Barack Hussein Obama. And then the B-2 bombers, so that stopped it. And then the B-2 bombers, when I came back, I had a 4-year sabbatical. And then I came back, and we had this unbelievable attack, but we had the B-2 bombers. They really stopped it. If we didn't hit them with those B-2s, and that was a total obliteration, if we didn't hit them with the B-2s, you would have had it. And the only question, whether or not they would have used it in the first hour or the first day. But they would have used it, and the Middle East would have been gone. So
that's right. Without me, poop explosion in Tel Aviv after sewer hit? No. A lot of poop-based warfare going on. The best part of that speech was when he said, a lot of you Christians, you love Israel a lot more than the Jews do. Unbelievable. Can you believe it? You Christians, evangelicals, but also you Christians in general. You love Israel more than the Jews. Don't get it. But there would be no Israel if it wasn't for me. No Israel at all. Nice suit. Thank you. It's a custom made tailor suit from straight out of China. Bro, he sounds like dementia, makes the GD Pond Dom personality fight the slumlord personality. It's crazy. Sue Drewski, Erica Kirk.
A thing called Happy Easter. Do we have that? Everyone happy? Anybody that doesn't want, hello, darling. Wow, this is a good table. I like that table. You're doing well, right? Okay. I think you should sue him, but, I told her, you ought to sue somebody. They're so jealous of Erica. I said, you ought to sue their... I can say it. You're not allowed to say this. You have to be nicer. Sue their ass off. I think...
You're farming that suit? What do you mean? This is the second time I've ever worn it. Yeah, you should sue Drewski. That's crazy. The president should not know who Drewski is. I guess you're not going to mention anything about Noam's husband. First of all, we covered it extensively yesterday. Okay. Oh, here's a funny thing about No Labels. No Labels is taking out ads on Twitter. Both angry at AOC and myself as well. For those of you who don't know, No Labels is supposed to be this apolitical institution, right? It's like a think tank. No Labels leaders have always been pro-Israel, but it hasn't been a big focus of his work before until recently. Not a very labeled issue for either party. No Labels posted this. Every voter should understand how reckless it is. Every congressperson of good conscience should denounce it. Israel, the only democracy, the one democracy in the Middle East, is our strongest ally, and they have been fighting for years to defeat who hate America. You can disagree with Israel's actions, but to suggest America should stop providing defense is the same thing as saying we should stop protecting innocent civilians from being hit by rockets. Is that AOC's actual position? No Labels also has been posting ads all over the timeline of me and Bernard Sanders. This is the ad that they're running. Senator at Bernie Sanders says, podcaster Hasan Piker is doing a very good job. This is the same Hasan Piker who said America deserved 9/11, that rape on October 7th doesn't matter. What exactly is very good about any of that vitriol, Senator? This is an ad they're running on Twitter right now. President of No Labels, Mark Penn, is the president of No Labels C3 arm, formerly the No Labels Foundation. His spouse is No Labels org founder and CEO, and he attends his strategy sessions. Penn is touting his data and AI platform at Stagwell with MAGA donor ICE contractor Alex Karp of Palantir. Kind of feels like there's a label on it, right? What do you mean it's an ad? It looks like a post. Yes. How do you think Twitter ads work, man? Yes, it's a post that they are paying to promote on people's timelines. Numerous people have sent me this ad today. Senate Republicans hitting on Ossoff being liked by you. John Ossoff is a new supporter and Hasan Piker, a pro-Hamas influencer who said America deserved 9/11. Why is Ossoff refusing to denounce Piker's support? They're so worried about John Ossoff. He's going to win regardless. And it's really funny that they think like, oh, tying John Ossoff to Hasan Piker in Georgia will ruin his chances of winning. We've never interacted with one another publicly. Why the fuck should he have to respond to every random Tom, Dick, and Harry trying to score cheap points with you? America deserved 9/11. That was declared by Hasan Piker, who now backs John Ossoff. My campaign is backed by Newt Gingrich, a leader who fought to hold Washington accountable. The race is simple. It's America versus people who hate it. Yeah, this is I'm telling you right now, dude, these guys are unbelievably lost in the sauce. No one gives a shit about this because people don't know who I am. Okay? First and foremost, people do not know who I am. Also, Newt Gingrich, gross. Running around being like, I'm backed by Newt Gingrich is a major mistake, in my opinion. This guy came out and confessed that he is tied to Newt Gingrich. Do these guys not realize how insane they sound to normal people? Yeah. They don't. And it's so funny how personal this vendetta mission is. But it's also funny that people on Twitter are the worst people to ask about this, because if you're on Twitter, the owner of the website is a neo-Nazi and he personally hates me. So there is a lot of anger and animosity towards me on Twitter by liberals, by reactionaries, by Nazis, and the like. So on Twitter, people will be like, what are you talking about? He's the most important news story of the month, right? But to the average person, they're going to be like, who the fuck is Hasan Piker? You know? What is this? Huge fan of yours, Tim. You're probably my favorite person in all the media and basically never let me down. Question, though. What makes Candace worse than Hasan? I'd like some specificity if possible. As TYT, Hasan associates are fans of Candace Owens. Wait, what? The Bulwark fans are living in a totally separate universe. I can't speak for TYT, first of all. I haven't been associated with TYT since 2020. It's been 6 fucking years. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I'm not a fan of Candace Owens. What the you got referenced on Tucker Carlson? Oh, yeah. I was going to look at that. They're going to be like, remember when you gave $5 to Candace saying you're a clandestine operator? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to instigate. Of course I'm going to do that. Best use of my $5 thus far.
Just so they always think too collectively, right? And so I saw a bunch of people going, turns out he was right, or he was the good guy. And you're like, no, that is not the takeaway from this. Like, there was that one time, the guy, Hasan Piker, who's like a lefty, like a streamer, and he had said that America deserved 9/11, and that was like what got him in a lot of trouble for it. And it's like, but no, stop speaking like a leftist. We're not collectively, we're individuals, and the individuals who had nothing to do with these policies.
That's the funniest criticism of that commentary that I've ever heard. I'm criticizing Hasan's America deserved 9/11 comments, even though I understand what he meant by it. I'm criticizing on the virtue of how collectivist his speech was. That's awesome. It's like it's the funniest criticism I've heard criticisms of that commentary for years, right? Since 2019 when I said it. They're scared of their audiences saying Hasan is right. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that actually. A lot of Sneeko's audience as well. And even Sneeko himself. What's funny is they think like I've changed my position. It's not. I have been a consistent anti-imperialist for my entire professional media career. If anything, you're kind of arriving at my conclusion that like the Republicans that you voted for were lying to you, right? The Republicans that you were voting for were total charlatans. But I have been seeing a lot more people be like, oh, I kind of understand where Hasan was coming from. Not on the 9/11 shit. Because like I think people volunteer, like people deliberately misunderstand that. Because that's just blowback. Everybody gets it. There's academic consensus for it. That's one thing. But I do see a lot more people being like, oh, I kind of understand what Hasan was saying. Hasan's actually been kind of based on this Iran stuff, dude. It's like kind of weird. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. What is this? You probably saw this.
Dude, I hate to say it. Like, how is it that someone like Hasan Piker...
I was about to say that. He's getting it right. Hasan Piker is on the right side of this issue. I like Osmongold.
I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel about Myron Gaines being on my side on this issue. But yeah, it's just like strange that many right-wingers are now... many right-wingers are now being like, yo, Hasan is actually kind of right about this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, man, I'm actually anti-war. Welcome to hearing an actual anti-war perspective. It's also funny when they pretend to be having a hard time recalling your name. You know full well they know your name. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Dave knows who I am. Why are you wearing the Zhongshan while streaming? Just for fun was the occasion. I'm going to be delivering a speech later. That right-wing audience thinks you changed because they think you became anti-Semitic like them. They're completely misunderstanding it. Yeah, it's so funny that like their worldview is based on voting for Republicans and just like arriving at maybe a correct conclusion about like being critical of American imperialism, but not on the basis of like death, destruction, violence, but more so because they're just arriving at that like anti-Semitically somehow. I don't know. I don't know what these guys are on. Oh my God, is my speech going to be streamed tonight? /S. Yes. I don't believe they are fully aware right-wingers. I think they're just amplifiers for the same propaganda most Americans fall for. Even edgelords have some self-reflection. I just thought it was interesting that they were shitting on Asmongold, where they're like, oh, I really like Asmongold. I still like Asmongold, but he's just like been kind of weird on this Iran stuff.
Trump just said on stage, he's saying that he likes to keep losers around him because it makes him feel better about himself to see losers. He doesn't want successful people so that he could talk about his success. How can you still support him? And you're right, the right wing is completely subverted. This is why I think it makes there's a good argument to vote for Gavin Newsom in 28. But again, this supports I've been saying this the whole year, that it's not about right and left, it's about right and wrong. Aligning with these sort of ideologies where they can say like, oh, are you like a limb? This is how people become brainwashed and become part of a mental cult to prevent themselves from seeing the bigger picture. Almost everybody in the right wing is incorrect. Like there's no alignment I find with these people. This is the biggest issue. And to think that we have something in common because, we both talk about transgender issues or LGBT is incoherent. I don't think that there's any sort of basis in saying I'm right wing, I'm left wing, because why is it now that Hasan Piker is on the right side of this more than anybody in the right wing. We've been ideologically against him for so long on many issues, but on this he's correct. And I called him out. I said, like, look, you're calling me a denier, even though you know they're lying about the 30,000.
It's just like, this is what I mean. It's like, I'm not, and I will never be a denier of real events, okay? It's not even because like, oh, this is like special status or anything. It's just like objectively stupid to look at one of the most well-documented atrocities of all time and just to deny its existence, right? Yeah, no, and then he says, oh, they're lying about Iran. You know that they're lying about the 30,000 number in Iran. Yeah, there's a difference, brother. Like, yeah, I understand that. Just because Israel now, or even America now, lies about certain things in order to justify military intervention doesn't mean that, like, atrocities in the past are also fake, right? I don't know. I don't understand it. Like, a fundamental worldview that I have that I think many people misunderstand is that I believe that ideologies, no matter how dangerous, can be changed, okay? I believe in rehabilitation. This is the attitude that I have consistently across the board, even if someone is a Zionist, even if someone is a Nazi, right? I believe that people can change. I believe that people can better themselves. I believe that people have that capacity, okay? If I didn't believe in that, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And what's frustrating about this this process is that, like, even those on the left don't comprehend that oftentimes. Like, they don't realize that that's a fundamental principle that I abide by, and it anchors my worldview. And it's very frustrating when they're like, oh, why are you saying, like, this person is salvageable or savable? It's like, no, I care about who you are now. You know, the collection of experiences that you've had that led you to being the person that you are. If you overcame your previous programming, then I'm gonna defend you. Right? When people hear that people can be rehabilitated, they think of camps and shit. Okay, well, they're stupid. Who cares? Anyway, where was I? The history of media illiteracy of the broad American public is so much worse than anybody knows. Yeah, I have to deal with it on a daily fucking basis. I mean, here is one of the primary reasons for that. Fox News, The Five with Jesse Waters, okay?
He has a lot of options. I have no clue what he's going to do. NATO. Let's just say I'm very disappointed. Need we go through how much they owe us? We saved them twice, failed them out with the Marshall Plan. We even lowered our tariffs to zero so they could recover for decades. And then we helped them out with Ukraine. And all we want is a base? All we want is airspace for a little bit to knock out the world's #1 sponsor of terror? They can't give us that. These missiles are in range of their capitals, not ours. They get their oil from that strait. We don't. The least they could do is say, okay, and deal with the domestic blowback. But to say no, well, like they're a...
Following growth with cynicism is why so many people get deterred from the left, especially online leftists. I mean, I think there's a bunch of different reasons why people get cast aside, but I don't think that we're putting our best foot forward when we're communicating our worldview to as broad an audience as possible.
Economies are getting kind of murdered because they can't even sustain 4 weeks from an oil...
Like, I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example here. So one argument that I made the other day that went like kind of viral, that was critically panned by every Marxist-Leninist, Maoist, every theorist, right? I was talking about imperialism. Okay. I was talking specifically about how Western imperialism doesn't benefit those who we crush under our boot. It doesn't benefit those who are actually doing the crushing, and it doesn't benefit those in the imperial core, right? And especially this version of like financialized capitalism, there's diminishing returns in general. It's like late stage capitalism, if you want to call it that, right? Having said that, yes, obviously, when you're living in the imperial core, you do have tremendous benefits. This is something that I readily acknowledge. It's something that I understand. It's the truth. Is that, like, while I'm trying to make an argument to Americans who are constantly lied to that, if we blow up Iran, your life's going to get better. there's always got to be leftists who turn around and shove the words back in my mouth to, like, I guess, try and convince Americans that, like, imperialism is beneficial. If you're living in the imperial core, you should know that you're in a beneficial standing. So what? You want them to continue advocating for Western imperialism then? You know what I mean? This was my take. I said, Western imperialism doesn't serve the people it subjugates and destroys. It doesn't benefit the people carrying out the violence, and it doesn't benefit the people living in the imperial core. It only benefits capital. It's time to do away with empire and focus on ourselves. It's obviously inhumane and immoral, but even for the most self-interested Americans, the question remains. Each dollar spent on a bomb that hit a school overseas could have been spent building schools in my neighborhood. How does killing the children of the periphery benefit my children? Right? It does, though. There's no reason to lie. See, this is what I mean. A lot of you, I think, are unfortunately too autistic for your own good. And that's why I do what I do and you do what you do. Do you see what I mean? So, like, that's the, like, what's the argument? You want to go to, like, a random guy living in West Virginia and be like, actually, you are taking advantage of imperial super profits, just so you know. I know you live in a fucking trailer park and you haven't gotten, like, dental work ever. There's no hospital in your fucking neighborhood. So God forbid something horrible happens to you. You might have to get medevac by helicopter. Okay. But you're actually literally fucking eating the imperial super profits. I'm from the third world, so it's just insulting. Okay. Then shut the fuck up. Okay. You know, then shut the fuck up. This is my point. I'm trying to fucking get Americans to be more restrained in terms of expansive Western empire so they don't come knocking down your door and rape your fucking family members. But you're over here being like, no, actually, we have to be sincere about this. What purpose does that serve? Do you understand my point? Do you understand my anger here? What purpose do you think it serves to tell some American living in, like, horrible conditions that technically the exchange value for their fucking labor goes a much longer way in the first world as a direct consequence of the imperial domination that American and Western imperialism is subjected the third world to, that it's infinitely harder to live as a poor person in the third world as opposed to the poor person living in the United States of America? Do you want him to sit there and fully comprehend that point so they can be like, oh, I guess, you know, while I am suffering and I am poor, as a matter of fact, I guess the imperial war machine must continue to dominate the rest of the world because I get to have cheap treats. Do you think that's a productive argument? Because if the goal here is to convince those in the imperial core that this is not a beneficial process for them at all, and plus, it's not a beneficial process for them, and what comes next would be a beneficial process for them if we didn't just, like, retreat and then maintain capitalism, right? How about advocating for a better world for everyone? Man, shut your bitch ass up, dude. Goddamn, how about fucking, yeah, La La Land, dude. La La Land. Have you met an American? Do you know how fucking Hitlerian they are? The fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, dude, I'm going to go fucking tell Americans, like, oh, these people that you're scared shitless of, that you've been told are, like, trying to come to this country and, like, rape your children, actually are you know, people worthy of dignity. Like, that's going to fucking work. Americans are selfish. You have to talk to them. This was the argument that I was making. You have to talk to people where they're at. You have to talk to people with the language that they understand. Okay? Yeah, I should go tell people that, you know, we should be just fucking singing Kumbaya to the most selfish people on the fucking planet who, God, you're such a weirdo to leftists who disagree with you. This is not. Why is no one allowed to disagree with you? This is not a disagreement. This is someone refusing to understand the argument that I'm making, okay? Many people here do understand it. Ironically enough, I was just talking about propaganda and how to do successful propaganda and how to do unsuccessful propaganda, and someone immediately chimed in. Do you understand? In any case, the alternative mode here is not an capitalist imperialist nation to go into retreat and maintain capitalism. Because yes, if that was the case, then yes, those in the imperial core would be in a much worse position overall. The alternative to that is to abolish capitalism, okay? Is to restructure society and reorganize our economy in a socialist manner. And therefore, all of the exchange value diminishment that you experience living in the imperial core, you end up gaining back again because of a socialist mode of production. So technically, I'm not even wrong with this statement. Anyway, what's good? It was great. Yeah, I'm from a third world country, and I get your point. It's frustrating, but we need to talk to people with different point of views where they're at so we can get our point across. Yeah. Ironically enough, I'm also referencing Iran here, too, which is why it's so funny. It's like, yeah, dude, that's a developing country, too, that we fucking dominated. This is me trying to make an argument to selfish Americans that these kinds of violent desires do not actually end up benefiting people. And there were like a million fucking quote retweets repeating shit that I know already, being like, you see, actually what you should be doing is explaining to the fat treatlerites in America that are the most selfish people you've ever fucking encountered that they actually do benefit tremendously from white supremacist Western imperialism. Okay, great. This man said that most people in the imperial core own homes. The vast majority of us laborers own capital in the form of real estate, large investment portfolios, super wages, etc. Don't parrot 19th century analysis. Do the work and see. In any case, those the imperial super profits are not being redistributed anyway, especially because we don't even have a normal labor function any longer. Like finance capital has completely changed the dynamic in its entirety. And with finance capital, you don't necessarily need a labor force anyway. And therefore, people's quality of life is diminished in spectacular fashion. And yes, due to imperialism, obviously, those in the global south still end up suffering a lot more. I think you spend too much time worrying about people whose minds will only ever be changed by natural consequences of an inadequate ideology. No. Right amount of time on it. That's my job. How cold is it outside? Okay, so I don't need a jacket on top of this, is what you're saying. Reuters confirming what Trump's speech is about. Okay. Trump set to declare U.S. war goals in Iran accomplished, telling Americans the mission is essentially complete. He's expected to outline plans to wind down the conflict within weeks and slam NATO for what he sees the lack of support during his speech tonight. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, this is good. It's an admission of defeat. It's a spectacular retreat, right? That's good. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. We should just, if this isn't just a market play, which it very well could be, and given how he operates, it very well could be a market play. It could be perfidy. It could be, claiming that there's an off-ramp here only to turn around and like invade Iran militarily with boots on the ground, right? It could be the case because troops are still obviously amassing in the region. But, we should just all collectively get together and do make-believe. How long is the Stanford speech? Because Trump's stream is in 1 hour and 30. Yes, my speech at Stanford is going to be at the same time as Trump is speaking. If you don't want to fucking watch my speech, you don't have to. I will be watching the Trump speech immediately after my speech is over. Okay? I already foresee this being a massive nuisance. Okay? All signs point to me not doing the speech tonight, especially considering that the school literally changed exactly where the speech was going to be, refunded people's tickets, put us in a much smaller room, and also originally it was supposed to be like an empire in decline. That was going to be the conversation was going to revolve around like the occupied people's right to resist. There was potentially going to be a debate with a Zionist professor. No one actually was down to do it. So what is it? Oh. So a lot of stuff changed around, but do not worry. After I'm done with my speech, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to continue with my broadcast.
I'm here at one of Europe's largest gas storages near Amsterdam. Here, gas is stored underground for winter time. But this facility here is only about 12% full. Companies usually start filling these storages at the start of April. But now
so funny,
buyers are reluctant due to high prices. And with the weather not getting any warmer, these storages are getting emptier every day. Europe imports around 85% of its natural gas. The European Union made gas storage mandatory after 2022, when Russia's war with Ukraine triggered shortages. But the rule that all EU countries should fill their gas storage depots by 90% by November 1st was relaxed last year after it drove up gas prices. The result is that at the end of March, gas storage facilities across the EU are now only around 28% full, compared to 33% this time last year, and 58% the year before. In Germany, storages are now only 22% full, compared to 29% in 2025. And in the Netherlands, they are extremely low at only 5%. Still, the key message in Europe is not to panic. The EU hopes that these underground storages supplying 1/3 of gas consumption in winter will still be filled. And if not, governments will have to dig deep into their pockets to buy expensive gas, a price consumers will face in their energy bills.
We say remain cool-headed, let the market do its work, but make sure to look at emergency scenarios. We therefore recommend the government to look into the option of using so-called cushion gas needed to keep the pressure inside these storages as a last resort in case of an emergency.
Brussels warns Europe could soon face a severe energy crisis and is calling on EU citizens to save energy. But so far, countries like the Netherlands have not followed this advice. If gas storage capacity isn't increased soon, Europe could face shortages, especially if the war between the United States, Israel and Iran lasts longer and gas supplies remain low. Step Vassen, Al Jazeera, Bergenmeer, the Netherlands.
Joining us is the Secretary of State himself, Marco Rubio, is with us. Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy and you got a lot on your plate. Can we start with the question for those Americans that may not understand why now? I want to go through this in great specificity and detail about the necessity of this. Now, when the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff came on this program and explained that the Iranians would not negotiate the issue of giving up their nuclear weapons program, bragged about 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium that could be turned into weapons-grade 90% in 7 to 12 days. At that point in time, it seemed inevitable to me. They were going to, in spite of Midnight Hammer, they were going to cling to that, quote, inalienable right, as they called it. Was that the tipping point?
Well, it was one of the tipping points. I mean, part of the tipping point is the fact that Iran's been doing this for 47 years. We know what this regime is all about. I always say Iran, let me be clear, I'm not talking about the people of Iran. The people of Iran don't even like this government or this regime. This is a regime that is led by radical Shia clerics, by people who believe that it is their calling. I know this sounds fantastical, but it's absolutely...
What is this? Breaking. DOJ announces FARA enforcement action against AIPAC in an unexpected move this evening. No, there's no. It's April Fool's. You guys are so dumb. Dude, that would never happen, especially not under this administration. Are you out of your mind? AIPAC getting hit with FARA? Yeah, right. Trump would get fucking assassinated before you do that.
True. This is a regime led by people who believe.
Yeah, my favorite is when they say tipping point for 47 years or Iran was an imminent threat for 47 years. And it's like those two things can't be correct at the same time. It can't be, a country can't be an imminent threat because imminence implies like immediacy. You know, you can't be an imminent threat for 47 entire years. It just kind of undermines the point you're making.
That it is their calling and their purpose in life to usher in the end of the world. These people want nuclear weapons. Why do we know that?
God, everything that they say about Iran fits Israel so perfectly. It's one of my most... It's like the thing that annoys me the most is like, oh, we can't have a bloodthirsty, psychopathic country that like constantly wants to expand their territorial ambitions that are run by like religious nut jobs have nuclear weapons. It's like... That's Israel. You've just described Israel, okay? You did not describe Iran in the way that you think you're describing Iran. You're just describing Israel. You might be even describing America, really. I mean, that image of Trump comes to mind where he's in the White House and everyone's like touching him like he's a fucking religious deity or something. Like, anytime these guys talk about the dangers that Iran presents, I'm like, well, that's the danger that Israel is right now. Please stop saying anyone will get assassinated, even as a joke. You have a microscope on you already.
Because they are assembling all the things you need for nuclear weapons. They're assembling long-range rockets that can eventually reach the United States. Can already.
They're not. They're not. They should have. Abdul versus Mike Rogers, a GOP opponent. You're campaigning with the guys that America deserved 9/11. How many Americans did your pro-opioid legislation kill, Mike? American commanders just said that this war with Iran was meant to spark Armageddon and bring Jesus back, Lamau. True, they did do that. Yeah. Here, I can flip it. Hold on. What the fuck? Why isn't the camera working? Uh-oh. Why isn't it working? Yeah, the laptop one's not working for some reason. How do I fix that? Windows settings? Yeah. Let camera access your microphone? Yes. Let camera access your camera? Yes. Let Windows access your location? No. See? Something went wrong. Huh. No, but I need to fix it anyway. Why the fuck? Gotta get a Mac. I want to fucking put you on a spaceship, but this time not to the moon, but to the sun. Okay? I want to put you on a spaceship to the motherfucking sun. Are you going outside? Yes. I don't know why my camera's not working. That's weird. Alt F4. Oh, y'all are so funny, bro. Oh my god, I love having a community full of comedians, you know? It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing to have a bunch of comics in the community. Device manager, enable your laptop camera. Hopefully that works. Let's see. Cameras. Integrated camera. Yeah, there it is. You need to restart your computer. This device is working properly. It's not. It doesn't seem. No. Your hardware settings have changed. You must restart. Do you want to restart your computer now? No. Fuck. I know, but I don't want to help now. Yeah, because you're a comedian. You're not an IT guy. You're a comedian. So clearly, open the shutter. It's not sometimes there's like a button that like, my favorite is when people go, hey, you should install Linux. Like that's what you should do. You should like change everything you've ever used in your entire life right now, like right at this very moment, you know? Yeah, it's not even reading. It's not even reading the integrated camera. I understand it's not your format, but I wish you'd do a stream void of chat. It would be glorious. Yes, I agree. Can you see it in OBS or no? No, I can't see it in OBS. I don't know why. It's not showing up. The integrated camera is no longer showing up in OBS for some reason. What? Am I unironically what? Yeah, I can't do that. Things are heating up in Bahrain. Okay, great. Well, things are heating up in my fucking computer, and no one is actually being helpful at all. So, what is this? Oh my God, here it is. He said it's not actually retreating. Trump's speech tonight will inform the public that we may require the use of ground troops to round up uranium in Iran. They're saying you're a fake if you don't recreate this? Okay, dude. There's a button on your keyboard to turn the camera on and off? I don't think so. I don't see it. I looked for it. I don't see one. It doesn't exist, I don't think. Do you see it? No. I was looking at that, but I don't see it. Info on you speaking at SF Law tomorrow? No, I have no information on it. Disabling this device. Integrated camera. Uh-oh. It's trying to get me to fucking restart my device. Oh, it's not going to happen. I shouldn't have disabled it. Okay, well, it's not going to work. So we'll do it. Are we moving now? What? Oh, they're getting us early. Okay, let's just keep going here then, and then I'll...
Right. Did not have it coming.
Having breakfast at Windows on the World and get killed?
Yeah,
How do you deserve it?
No, you don't do that. The whole point. Now, what Osama bin Laden said, I don't think this was in the letter to America. I think it might have been. It was either that or in his declaration of war. He had 2 declarations of war against America also. But what he said is that civilians are fair game because you vote for, you vote the Bill Clintons and the George Bushes in who slaughter all of our children, and so you're fair game. Now, that's the logic of Osama bin Laden, the psychopathic, terrorist. Exactly. And the whole point of why we're against all this shit is because we reject that. We don't agree with that. That's not, and you know who else used that same logic? Every goddamn Zionist who said they elected Hamas in Gaza.
Yeah, like Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda and Zionists have a similar attitude. I don't know why he slammed me into this conversation. I don't know why he brought me up. Sending Americans to die for Mark Levin and Benjamin Netanyahu while Jewish Insider covers the flanks, trying to cancel anyone who opposes it as anti-Semitic. What could possibly go wrong here? A big advocate for Iran raid is Fox News host Mark Levin, a pro-Israel advocate and Trump whisperer who has been telling viewers the U.S. should deploy specialized ground troops. Why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, he said Saturday. It turns out when Donald Trump said, he just keeps talking about it. Will the Stanford speech be streaming anywhere? Yes, on this broadcast. I'm going to fucking Brian kill me. Yes.
Gaza. And by the way, they don't even have regular elections in Gaza. They had one election 20 years ago where Hamas won with pluralities. But that was enough for them to say,
to kill their kids in good conscience.
And so no, the whole point is that you don't have the right to take vengeance on innocent people. That is the standard of civilization.
I have said that, pretty consistently for the past couple of years. And
yeah, I don't know why he just like brought me up randomly while talking about 9/11. Like the addition of my mention was utterly irrelevant to the point he was making. But all right, let's keep going.
Europe, we saw them demonstrate 2 of them last week, despite denying that they had them. They enriched uranium to 60%. As you pointed out a moment ago, from 60 to 90%, which is what you need for a bomb, takes 12 to 14 days. They bragged about.
Why no info on the event tomorrow? Is it canceled or should I just pop up at SF Law? Organically, Jamie, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Why do you think I'm the customer service? I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what the details of the event are. What do you want me to do? Call up the school right now and be like, organically, Jamie really wants to attend the San Francisco Law School event I'm doing. Could you please help her out?
Still having that. They demand the right to enrich, which is how you get from 60 to 90%. They're the leading sponsor of terrorism, not in the region, in the world. They can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, which is what President Trump made very clear from the very first day of his presidency. In fact, from the very first day of his candidacy. When he came down that escalator in 2015, he talked about this. He's actually been talking about the threat of Iran before he was even a political candidate. And as president, he was not going to allow Iran to pose a threat to Americans now or future generations of Americans. So we had to act, and with very clear purpose. We are going to destroy their Air Force. We have largely done that. We were going to destroy their Navy, which we have largely achieved that. We were going to destroy a significant percentage of their.
Not a single thing that these guys talk about as far as like receiving or achieving military objectives is correct, by the way. It's unbelievable. Not a single thing. They talk about dismantling the Iranian Navy. The Iranian Navy that exists is not dismantled. Okay? It's like little gunboats. And most of them are like underground and tunnel systems anyway. They talk about they talk about like destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities, which they claim they had already destroyed, and now they're saying, well, there's still enriched uranium, and we got to extract it. I just don't understand. I do not understand how people eat this shit up when they're not even doing a good enough job.
Missile launchers. We are well on our way to achieving that, and we were going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning the factories that make the drones and the missiles. We are on our way to doing that. Those were our 4 objectives, because those are the 4 things they were going to hide behind to then develop a nuclear weapon and threaten the world if they tried to do anything about it. That was not going to happen under President Trump. We are well on our way. We are on or
This is zero. Oh, yeah. The high-risk plan to seize Iran's uranium in commando raid that would require building a runway in Iran and dropping in excavation equipment amid incoming fire came at Trump's request, signaling his interest in the complex operation. This is Zero Dark 30. Uranium plan is so goofy. Everyone knows they can't possibly get it all. The best is it's a delusion/distraction for our idiot president, and worse, a pretext for a regime change invasion designed to create hostages and deaths to rally public sentiment. Like, I think whoever we send from our, hard-dicked Marines in the military, we are sending to their death, or we are sending them so they are kept as hostages by the IRGC, so we can make a stronger argument. We can try to muster up the courage and galvanize the public, get more support from the public. But it also has the capacity to backfire, because those family members could come out and be like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you do this? You sent my son to go, to go die for Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. It's a total meat grinder situation, and it does not make any fucking sense,
Ahead of schedule on each of those 4 objectives, and we can see the finish line. It's not today, it's not tomorrow, but it is coming. We are going to get to the point where our military will have achieved all of its objectives in this mission, and they're doing so with extraordinary efficiency, something that I think will go down in history as one of the best run tactical military operations in modern times.
We'll get back to that timeline in a second because both you and the president have said weeks. It's not going to be months. One thing I think we've learned, and if you can expand on this, because if you have nuclear capability, you also need the delivery system. Prior to Epic Fury, you felt and you were arguing that, and the world has always underestimated Iran's abilities, whether their nuclear capability or ballistic missile capability, and you felt it was too dangerous a threat not to address in this operation, ballistic missiles and the nuclear threat at the same time. So now we've discovered that they have the ability and the range that is much further than we had thought going into this. Apparently, they now have the capability and the range that their missiles could reach Paris, London. Is that true?
That's correct. In fact, but they denied it. Remember, anytime you hear Iran, you had an image a moment ago of this guy, Arachi, their foreign minister. This guy is a liar. This guy was on television like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, denying that Iran had any missiles that could go beyond a certain limitation. And then they fired 2 of them. Now, we don't think they have many of them, but they are soon to have many of them. We've destroyed and are destroying the factories to make those things. Those things, the ones they launched the other day, could reach well into Europe. And actually, they had fired it on Diego Garcia. One of them failed. One of them was shot down.
Yeah, we must be hoping for a taco tonight, okay? Against all hope, I'll be praying for a taco of epic proportions tonight, a taco beyond anyone's imagination or even comprehension. To declare victory at this moment would be so bold, so insane. It would stupefy the world and allow us to withdraw from the Middle East forever before anyone can process it. Abandon Israel, Mr. President. Leave our pointless bases behind. If no American soldier sets foot in the Middle East for 1,000 years, it'll be too soon. Shatter the global order, do untold damage to American prestige, bring the global economy to the brink of disaster, accomplish nothing of value, and declare victory. It's you. Because the irony is, this is the best worst option. Okay? There are a range of probabilities here. There are a range of significantly worse options here, all of which revolve around boots on the ground, and perhaps the worst of all is just like nukes. Okay? But this totally, like this tactical retreat from getting bloodied by the IRGC's missiles will be the best worst case scenario, okay? And you might as well call it the best case scenario. If Donald Trump tacos tonight, fantastic, okay? American military dominance has taken such a spectacular hit that it will most likely never recover from that, okay? But at least it won't lead to infinitely more violent outcomes. Infinitely more violent outcomes for the Iranians and infinitely more violent outcomes for the Americans. And virtually everyone around us, right? Because if Donald Trump tonight actually says, oh, we're leaving, we're fucking off, and then doesn't, and then doubles down and goes to war and starts sending fucking troops into Iran, and then they just start getting absolutely cumstered and fucking dumpstered, okay? And then it's over. From that point on, he has to only up the ante. He has to send even more troops. And then it's a permanent occupation that will fail, right? That will fucking fail. This country is not Iraq. This country is not Afghanistan. This is a country that has designed its defenses specifically for this moment. It wouldn't even be Vietnam. It would be worse than Vietnam. Vietnam, when we invaded, had already been colonially dominated by France. Okay? Vietnam got a lot of help from the USSR, but at the end of the day, they were a country that were already that already was like fighting for its liberation. Iran has been not only a country that is sovereign for the past 47 years, but Iran also, on top of being a sovereign nation state for the past 47 years, has developed its defenses specifically for this exact scenario. Iran also has a lot more military expertise than Vietnam does. Like, people will say, Vietnam were like rice farmers or whatever, and there's some truth to that. But they also had a lot of gear, right? They had decent fucking gear that they got from the USSR. Let's be real. Okay? Iran is geared out the wazoo, and not only is it geared out the wazoo, it's got 93 million people in it. Its topography is perfect as like a natural fortress. It's just like I don't know how to explain it other than it's cooked. Professor Robert Pape says this is worse than Vietnam.
A new global center of power. So let me just explain this a moment. So before the war, 33 days ago, there were 3 centers of world power we discussed. The US, Russia, and China. Now, why was Russia even in that mix? Because it had 11% of the world's oil. And of course, it uses that for military purposes. Well, Iran now has...
Will you be streaming the Stanford speech, Hasan? I'm going to... Okay, take a week off. No, it's so funny. You're so funny.
That amount of world oil, more than any other country on the planet. And what that's going to mean are $100 billion a year more to put into military. That nuclear enrichment is now more likely than ever to become nuclear weapons. And over time, as the months and the years go on, which I know we're having a hard time coming to grips with the reality that's occurred here, is that this is going to create a new center of world power and dwarf Israel. This, as you can see right away, for all of our lifetimes, oil has been so critical. And it's not just oil, of course, it's gas, it's the energy, it's the fertilizer. This is what Iran has now as a chokehold on the world, but it's 20%. And there's no way you're going to make up for that in years. Even if you start drilling now, it will take that long. So Iran is coming out of this. And we've never seen this in our lifetimes. A new world power center created in a month? That's what's on issue here. So whatever President Trump says tonight, whether he wants to go forward, ground war, or not, all of this we don't know, and he may not even know. Let's face it. He's been all over the map. The reality, I deal with the realities here. And what we are seeing is escalation reality with strategic consequences. Those aren't over because President Trump thinks he's going to stop and go to Mar-a-Lago and just cut himself off from the world. No, the world will have to live now with this new center of world power, and there's no good way to deal with this. This is why I was so opposed to this war with the modeling I've been explaining. This is not like, this will end up being worse than Vietnam, maybe not in battle deaths, so the 58,000 dead, that took 10 years, however, so we haven't been into this 10 years yet, but it's because of the consequences. There was no way Vietnam was ever going to become a center of world power. It had no nuclear enriched material. It was not going to do shocks. This one was always fundamentally different. And I realized most of the world would not know that. Why should they know that? They're not modeling this for decades. This is what was always coming. And that's why I said this is the horns of a dilemma. It's a branching with where we're at. It's not a, well, now that we are going to not go forward with the ground war, we can all live happily ever after. Oil prices are going to come down. Iran's just going to give up the power that I'm describing. When was a country ever give up any power, let alone world power?
Well,
this will be my new discussion points going forward. And that's why I so appreciate coming on your show to share it. You got it first.
Poll whether Trump will taco or escalate. I think Trump is going to taco tonight and then escalate. That's my assessment. My assessment is Donald Trump tacos in the speech, but that taco on the speech is not actually a real taco. The taco on the speech is just he thinks it's super brilliant to do a pump fake, as he loves to do, as he's known to do. So I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, Ken Klippenstein is really adamant from his reporting that Donald Trump is not going to do anything. Like he is adamant in his belief that Donald Trump is not going to militarily invade Iran. I want to believe that. I think that's the most devastating scenario outside of nukes, right? But I also happen to believe that Donald Trump is the type of guy who, if he actually sends military somewhere, he's going to use them, right? He's the type of guy who thinks if you don't use it, you lose it, right? And what I have seen so far is that's precisely what happened with the naval assets, right? He sent the fucking naval assets to the region, and it wasn't to like gain a significant foothold or leverage over the negotiations process. It was specifically to bomb Iran and also simultaneously defend Israel while being able to bomb Iran. He has in the past pulled out, but never in such a high profile and such an impactful manner. He's pulled out from Ansar Allah in Operation, Prosperity Guardian, if you recall, after billions were spent, and he bombed the shit out of Yemen, right? And then Yemen actually, unironically, almost destroyed an F-35 first, even before Iran. And two what was it? It was F-15s, or I don't know. Two fighter jets were lost in the process as well. When the aircraft carrier was engaging in evasive maneuvering because they were getting pot shots from Ansar Allah. I also it was F-18, I think. F-16. Well, regardless, yeah, one fell off the deck. There was another like friendly fire incident. At least that's how they reported it. But my point is, he pulled out of that. He backed away from that. He said, you can keep pumping Israel if you want, King. That's what they said to Ansar Allah. Right? He said, they're great fighters. They got hands. I'm pulling out. He tacoed on that. And he gave him props too in the process. Right? Because it was too costly, too expensive, and too embarrassing with very little material benefit. Right? He just basically cut a side deal with Ansar Allah and said, as long as you don't hit our naval assets, we won't hit you. It's fine. You can hit Israel. That literally was the deal, right? But this is different because you're not trying to open up the Red Sea, right? You're not trying to open up the Red Sea crossing and allow commerce to take place with Israel. This is the entire globe's energy production, at least like 20% of the entire globe's energy production, and almost the entirety of the globe's energy production on the eastern flank, right, in the Asian continent. And around that area, that all comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. So you can't really taco out of this. You're kind of stuck. You literally have to concede on the demands that Iran is making. You can't just get away with it by being like, well, it doesn't harm us that much because we're in America and we're an exporter, right? Like, it doesn't work that way. You fucked it up. You have to fix it. In a letter to the UN Security Council, UAE is invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, commonly referred to as use of force, seeking immediate action in order to ensure the safe and secure navigation and navigational rights and freedoms. God, UAE is so funny, dude. They're like wildly swinging around, begging. They're the biggest scumbags in the GCC, okay? They wanted this, and now they got it. And they're just like, oh my God, we're getting hit. How could they do this? It's like, well, you did it, okay? You are perhaps the most responsible state in the GCC for exactly what's unfolding right now. You aligned with Israel. You wanted to be Israel. You thought you could be Israel. You thought Israel would defend you. Israel clearly does not want to defend you. Okay? It's just so funny that they're like, we're going to get into the war any day now. Watch out. Any day now. All right, we're ready to go. Any day. Don't piss us off. Yeah. All right. The camera's going away, but I'll continue with my commentary without the camera.
Peter, Laura. Steve Ducey, Peter, I got someone yelling in my ear when I'm talking.